Good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM and hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we on Love 99.5 FM and over 30 affiliates across Ghana's 16 regions, including Sankara FM Yendi, Laura FM Laura, and Radio Max Takrady. Get radio, TV, and online content on the myjoyonline.com interactive app for Android and iOS devices. Coming up, doom sought to end in a few days. Words of ECG board chairman as he apologizes to Ghanaians for the pain caused by the incessant outages.
I am able to assure the people of Ghana that in the next few days, the power challenges that we are seeing under the leadership of His Excellency the President, it will be a thing of the past.
Also, newly outdoored NDC running mate Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang vows all public officials that are involved in corrupt activities will be prosecuted in the next NDC administration.
John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable.
But what will be her exact role as Vice President in the next NDC government?
She will have oversight, among others, of the education sector, the health sector, gender and social protection.
We have details of that in business.
In business, Ghana could lose donor support as World Bank projects the country's economy reaching upper middle income status soon. We hear from former Finance Minister Setekwe.
And later in our Filth exhibition series, we take you to a community near Kolegono where residents are bearing the brunt of the filth generated from other parts of the country.
Everybody will make it rubbish. We always put in gutter.
Refuse here, refuse there, Bola everywhere.
These are more with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. Please stay. This morning, board chairman of the Electricity Company of Ghana, Herbert Krapper, is assuring that the ongoing power crisis will end in a few days. Mr. Krapper, who doubles as the Deputy Energy Minister, was speaking at the commissioning of the Phase 2 Volta River Authority's 15-megawatt power plant at Kaleo in the Upper West region. He said government has implemented adequate measures to ensure that consumers enjoy uninterrupted power supply.
We are putting arrangements in place, procure additional fuel to run all our thermal plants and power producing plants at full capacity. And His Excellency the President has also led realignment of operational and technical arrangements in the entire power sector value chain, which is the reason I am able to assure the people of Ghana that in the next few days, the power challenges that we are seeing, it will be a thing of the past.
And you heard board chairman of the Electricity Company of Ghana, Herbert Krapper. Then on his Facebook page, he issued an apology. Maxwell Agbegba joins me in studio with details. Maxwell, what does he say?
He says, as I said earlier today at Kaleo, the commissioning of VRA's 15-megawatt solar plant, government has put in place immediate measures to ensure the return of uninterrupted supply of power to consumers. I can, therefore, state that the unfortunate power challenges Ghanaians are facing should be over in the next few days. We are fully confident that the measures being put in place should resolve the service interruptions. We empathize with all consumers and apologize unreservedly for the effects of the outages on our daily lives. Please bear with us. We are fixing it and we are nearly there. Herbert Krapper, Board Chair, ECG.
Thank you, Maxwell, for that update. Still with ECG, we head to the Ashanti region where ECG staff have abandoned their revenue mobilization drive in fear of their lives. They say the conduct of the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei-Mensah, who ordered the arrest of the General Manager for Ashanti East, could embolden members of the public to attack them while working. My colleague Ohimenteria has more.
The workers are in red as they hoist red flags in protest of the arrest of the Ashanti East General Manager for failing to heed calls to reconnect power to Kumasi Technical University. The workers say they have been infuriated by the conduct of the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei-Mensah. They have been demanding an unqualified apology from the Regional Minister and also withdrawing the police case. Chairman of the Senior Staff Association of ECG Ashanti West, John Mensah, says the workers are afraid of their lives as a result of the conduct of the Ashanti Regional Minister.
You, the minister, you are still pushing. You are encouraging that they shouldn't pay their bill. Then I think that one is unfortunate. So that is why we are saying that you should withdraw the case from the police station so that the staff have the confidence to visit the houses or the premises and collect the revenue. It's a form of threat to our members.
Vice Chairman of the Senior Staff Association, Bismarck Adoma, tells Joy News the workers have been infuriated by the regional minister who has been defending his action on radio.
You only heard me on radio defending what he did. It makes us uncomfortable. Somebody doing his genuine work and causing his arrest, and you are on radio defending it.
And that report by my colleague Ohime Interior, away from power, lead investigator of the GRA SML contract is demanding the publication of the full audit report from KPMG. President Akufo-Addo has given the Ghana Revenue Authority the go-ahead to continue the audit contract of the downstream petroleum sector with SML after receiving the report from KPMG. According to him, the deal is crucial in saving the country's resources. But therefore, the state which exposed the anomalies in the contract wants the full report published. Here is lead investigator Manasseh Azuriawoni.
I would be very measured in attacking KPMG until I see the KPMG report. I did a JIDA investigation. The president issued some directives on the JIDA report. But when the report itself was published, it was worse than what the presidency issued. This was in 2013. So with this experience, I'm a bit measured. But what we can say is that, look, it is good news to the Republic of Ghana that the upstream petroleum contract and the gold mining contracts are off the table.
Manasseh Azuriawoni is with the Fourth Estate. And now to our election headquarters, sponsored by Petrosol Clean Fuel in Full Quantity, CIMA, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, AICPA and CIMA, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants and the German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty. Now, the NDC running mate, Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang, has vowed the next NDC administration will prosecute corrupt government officials. She made the promise at her outdooring last night at the University of Professional Studies here in Accra. She also took a swipe at government over what she believes is mismanagement of the economy. My colleague James Avaji has more on the following report.
Draped in the symbolic red, white, green and black colors of the umbrella, hundreds of NDC sympathizers and party bigwigs gather here at the UPSA Auditorium in Accra to witness the outdooring of Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang as running mate to John Dramani Mahama.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang.
Rolling out her vision to party faithfuls and Ghanaians, Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang did not shy away from taking a swipe at government.
I will not, in the advancement of self-serving ambition, declare to the whole world that I was only the driver's mate. I don't know about you, but the image I get looking at that hole is a trench in utter shock that anyone could believe it was intended as a Thanksgiving gift to the Almighty, invisible, God only wise.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang says the next NDC administration would deal with all corrupt government officials.
John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable.
And you heard NDC running mate Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang. Away from that, some residents of a coastal community near Kolegono here in Accra are calling on authorities to deal with the indiscriminate filth into drainage systems in parts of Accra. They say they are bearing the brunt of the act, which has resulted in heavy pollution of oceans and the beaches there. My colleague Maxwell Agbagba has more.
Let us learn to keep Ghana clean. Refuse here, refuse there, Bola everywhere.
Welcome to the Odo drainage system, which runs through the capital, Accra. Here, trash reigns supreme.
We're going to have recreational facilities. We have
Flashback to 2019, where officials proudly showcased plans to transform the Odo drain into a recreational paradise, complete with yachts and cruise boats gliding through its waters. Fast forward 5 years, and the only thing cruising are more plastic bags. Those who suffer the effects are residents living around the coastal areas close to the Odo drain where it enters the ocean. I'm in one of the communities near Jamestown, and here I've met one of the residents who is a fisherman. John Yaku no longer goes for fishing expedition but plastic expeditions, as his nets catches more plastics than fish. He says the plastics are destroying our outboard motors. Previously we used to do communal labor before the onset of the rains, but we don't do that again. Sabonikwe Jani believes more dustbins will prevent heavy pollution of the drainage system.
Everybody will make it rubbish. They always put in gutter.
And you heard some residents of a coastal community near Kolegono calling on authorities to deal with the indiscriminate dumping of filth into drainage systems there. And that's how we end the bulletin here on Joy 99.7 FM. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
You know, Papa, see that? And it's rickety car. Hey, Papa! Bobo, so how your engine now? It is half man, half amazing. Thanks to Quartz and you can feel better energy. Can't touch this. Actually, guys, so Sancho's engine just died like that? Yes, so somebody managed to convince him that there is a better engine oil than Quartz, and he switched. Sancho Panzapa. Now, which engine oil can be better than Quartz? No other, my guy. Quartz with its age-resistant technology, it keeps your engine younger for longer. Now you know. Have you guys seen the new bottle design? It's superb. Quartz 9000 from Total Energies DA improves fuel efficiency. Why do you think Mr. Mane and Logoso have taken the Quartz Nation Movement World Cup like that? Sorry. Chairman. Hey, Quartz. Keep your engine younger for longer.
No matter your water needs, Syntex has it all. Syntex tank was first to introduce double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex tank was first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and now introduces the customer specs order, which will let you order any color and size you want. Syntex tanks gives you the biggest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you. So whatever your water consumption, size of project, or demand, choose Syntex tank. Syntex tank, stress-free. Syntex tank, reliable. Syntex tank, maximum guarantee. Call 0244 335 168, Kumasi 0505 555 666, or visit syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough.
You worked hard for your money, and DSTV gives you a whole lot more for a lot less than you think. Ooh. Instead of one takeout dinner, how about treating the family to a whole month of the best entertainment with DSTV? From thrilling sports, blockbusters, captivating series, to entertaining kid shows, we have it all.
Totally awesome!
And with DSTV Stream, you can watch on the go.
I'm here!
Plus, you can choose a package to suit your pocket. There's a whole lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think with DSTV.
Cadbury Rich Choco is now available in a new pack. You would love the fresh new look. It's a vibe. Cadbury Rich Choco supports the energy to keep you going. Kickstart your day the Ghanaian way, wherever the day will take you, with a cup of delicious, creamy, smooth Rich Choco. Cadbury Rich Choco, rich taste, rich identity. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello, Auntie Araba. Hey, Bugger, how are you doing today? I want to buy Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, but I don't have enough money. So what are you going to do? Can you give me the big size? You know, as for me, I'll pay the balance later. Today, no credit. I haven't sold much this morning. If you don't have enough money for the big size, why don't you try the 120-gram pack? There's a 120-gram pack? Introducing the new Pepsodent Cavity Fighter in 120-gram pack size. More affordable and convenient. Get yours today from any supermarket near you. Every smile matters. This advert is FDA approved.
Ebusiafo, welcome. I want to greet Uncle James in Germany. Since I was a child, you have promised me a trip abroad, sir. To date, my passport is still a virgin po. And then to you, baby, for that bombastic broken heart. Hey! I want you to know that latest by June, dear, I'll have won big in the Ideal Yonkopa promo.
Win up to 600,000 Ghana cedis in cash and other amazing prizes up for grabs with Ideal Yonkopa promo. Just peel, text, and you could win big. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello? Yo, bro! SG Ghana has done it again. Low interest rates on loans this year too. Yatisubium.
Charlie, I did throw inside. Let me call you back.
Call SG Ghana rather. Collect loan and buy car, my guy. Low, very low interest rates on loans this year too. It's difficult to keep good news to yourself, especially when it can transform your life and those close to you. SG Ghana went low on interest rates last year, and this year we are even lower. Yes, Yatisubium. Get the money you need to turn your dreams into a reality. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you and speak to our dedicated staff about the amazing Yatisubium loans today. You can also call 0302-214-314 for more details.
Ojo, it's 3 a.m. What's now?
Yatisubium, Yatisubium. Okay, bye. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
I know one of these days I'm going to call one of my friends at 3 a.m. and when they answer, I'll be like, Yatisubium, Yatisubium. Bye. I know I'm going to do it. The temptation is too strong. How are you?
I'm good. Good, are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Thank you. So, Prof. Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang.
Naana Jane.
Yes, the outdooring has turned into quite an event. And certainly she came out with some punches, did she not?
Yeah. Bamia saying he's just a driver's mate. She took a swipe at him.
She says she's not going to follow her own, personal, personal, aggrandizement to say that she was only a driver's mate. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, there are a few things to think about, actually. Can you now, after this speech, which was done so well, can you now picture her as a president one day?
Can I picture? That's a big question. Well, I don't know. Could you? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it's different when you're giving speeches, and it's different when you're really doing the work. And
True.
Yeah, maybe the real test is when she becomes vice president. Let's see what she's able to,
what she's made of.
Yeah.
That is if she becomes vice president.
If she becomes a vice president.
Yes, but they certainly seemed confident yesterday, didn't they? All right. Also, SML. We heard Manasseh talk about how, and I agree with him completely, that look, even the report that the presidency itself has given us, which is not the actual KPMG report, just their version of it, followed by their own, actions they are going to take. Even that report is quite damning, and you can believe that it didn't include everything that was in the KPMG report.
Yeah, and you said a couple of days ago we need the full report, right?
We do. We need to see what else was in there that the presidency has not mentioned to us. We need to see. But, nutshell, the contract remains with some adjustments.
Should we be content with that?
Should we? All right, we'll deal with that question today.
I'm just going to say, I've seen that sometimes it takes a lot for government to take action on certain things. This seems like some, should I say, progress? I don't know. But let's see the full report. Let's see what's in there. Let's see if the actions taken merit the content of that report.
Indeed. All right. 6 a.m. news came to us thanks to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Which brings us roundly to the Joy Business Report, brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, at your service.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, Ghana could lose donor support as World Bank projects the country's economy reaching upper middle income status soon. We'll hear from former Finance Minister Setekwe. Also coming up, Bank of Ghana's upward review of cash reserve ratio constraining banks' ability to fully participate in recent treasury bill auction. We have details. Plus, Delta Airlines to fly new Airbus in non-stop service from Accra to New York, effective October 27th this year. Stay with us for more. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thank you for joining us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KTU Radio. Former Finance Minister Setekwe is warning that the country could be hit with further cuts in donor support and grants. This follows projections from the World Bank that Ghana could be classified as upper middle income country soon. This will automatically result in Ghana paying high interest on concessional loans from multilateral institutions. Speaking to Joy Business, Mr. Tekwe noted Ghana would have to further enforce expenditure cuts whilst increasing domestic revenue.
Whether you like it or not. And the reason I take this seriously is that I happen to be the minister who got that letter from the World Bank, and I always say, saying that you have become a middle income country, and it has implications. You can no longer borrow for 40 years with 10-year moratorium, which means that moratorium 10 years before you start paying, and then you repay over 30 years as we did to build some of the First Republic infrastructure and continuing. When you become middle income country, it shortens to 25 years and then 5 years. That's 5 years plus 20, 25, right? It is still concessional, but you must know. So that if we had things right through efforts, if we had added more, in all probability, Ghana will be shifting gradually towards high income country.
You heard former Finance Minister Setekwe. Meanwhile, economist Professor Eric Osesibe is warning that threats and vulnerabilities still remain strong despite projections of recovery. IMF and the World Bank, in their latest economic outlook, have projected a favorable forecast for the economy next year. The IMF, for instance, has said that the worst for Ghana's economy is over, but Professor Osesibe says that these underlying threats could still derail the recovery.
Our private consumption has increased significantly, but we have not seen the same in terms of capital formation, right? And that is the vulnerability that the economy is still standing on. There's still some level of uncertainty, although these projections have been very favorable. But if you also look at the point of view of interest rate, as you've said, interest rates has been quite rigid coming down, and therefore credit has been squeezed against the private sector's investment.
What should government be doing, or what must government do to ensure that we stay on?
Yeah, I think essentially it's about macroeconomic stability, right? It's about prudency, especially as we are in an election year.
That was economist Professor Eric Osesibe. Now, last week, the government raised 3.34 billion cedis from its treasury bill auction, slightly below the 3.37 billion CD target. However, Fidelity Bank's Deputy Managing Director, Atayebo Agyemang, explains that the reduced interest in the recent T-bill auction is linked to the central bank's policy shift, which raised a cash reserve ratio from 15% to 25%. The change has led to banks reconsidering their strategies. Take a listen.
Many of the banks are in the high end of reserving 25%. Now that's a huge amount of money, and so if you don't have that money, and I don't expect banks to have the money sitting down, that money would either be in investment like treasury bills or in loans. And so to meet that requirement, your preoccupation is to ensure that the money you have, any money that comes in, is reserved to meet that requirement. And so you have a choice between breaching the requirement and investing in T-bills. And I think as a bank regulated entity, your first option will be to meet the requirements before you think of investment.
Atayebo Agyemang is Deputy Managing Director of Fidelity Bank. Turning to aviation news, Delta Airlines says it will fly a state-of-the-art Airbus in a non-stop service from Accra to New York effective October 27 this year. The new aircraft will add approximately 30% more flights between Ghana and the US. Speaking to journalists in Accra, Senior Vice President for Europe, Middle East, Africa and India, Matteo Carsio, said the new aircraft will provide the most convenient and comfort for passengers.
our latest technology and best product that we're bringing here in Ghana. So I think our customer will really love it. We're going to offer on this plane the 4 cabin that are really at the base of our premium experience. So we have our Delta One suite, which are our totally dedicated with the door and direct aisle access for all the customer. We have our premium economy product, we have our Comfort Plus, and then of course we have our basic economy. So the passenger will love flying this new plane. We already offer free Wi-Fi domestically, but we're also announced already free Wi-Fi internationally, and that will come soon, I think at the beginning of 2025, and is another addition in terms of experience for the customer.
Senior Vice President for Europe, Middle East, Africa and India, Delta Airlines, Matteo Curcio, saying the new Airbus that is plying the Ghana route will provide convenience and comfort for passengers. Now, auditing and advisory firm KPMG is making a case for corporate bodies to intensify action on the Sustainable Development Goals as Ghana lags behind in meeting the deadline. According to the firm, many countries are far ahead of Ghana in implementing measures to promote the agenda before the 2030 deadline. Speaking to journalists after addressing the Sustainability Conference on the sidelines of the ongoing POPAC conference in Accra, partner KPMG, Kwame Bane, called for more aggressive approach towards achieving the goal.
Ghana is facing a financing challenge due to what many have described as low interest in the implementation of sustainable development programs. As the deadline of 2030 for members of the United Nations draws closer, more work is expected to be done to ensure that the target is not missed. As part of this year's POPAC Ghana conference, KPMG assembled industry players at the Sustainability Forum to promote activities of the agenda. Partner in charge of sustainability at KPMG, Kwame Sapombanie, expressed worry that despite government's efforts, the country still have a long way to go in meeting the deadline.
It's deeply worrying in a sense that the UN Sustainable Development Goals is something that we as a country must attain, and we are only about 5.5 years and a few months away. And it calls for an important action, and that's why we at KPMG are putting things like this together to ensure that the awareness is there. And then
Head of Corporate and Investor Relations at Cow Bank, Jifa Amegashi, hinted that the bank is developing a strategic environmental sustainability and governance structure capable of serving as a model for the financial sector.
For Cal Bank, we have a very clearly defined ESG strategy, and our ESG strategy is around the Sustainable Development Goals.
The theme for the Sustainability Forum is defining the future, thriving with sustainable finance in Ghana.
Now, managing country partner Deloitte Ghana, Daniel Kudjosu, has said despite challenges associated with artificial intelligence, there's a need to deploy it for the country's socio-economic development. He spoke to Joy Business at the launch of the 2024 Ghana CEO Network.
The next biggest thing that is changing everything we do is AI. So when you look at it, artificial intelligence, it looks a big word, but in fact already you see that it's already around and it's already running, and people are taking advantage of it. So what is artificial intelligence? It's using the knowledge to learn the things around you and to predict things.
Daniel Kudjosu, managing country partner Deloitte Ghana. Now, to Investor Eye, we bring you the second part of how to detect fraudulent investment links shared on social media platforms. Joseph Kokwe is the lead in charge of cybersecurity at the E-Crime Bureau, and he gives some tips on how to avoid clicking fraudulent investment scheme links shared on WhatsApp platforms.
There's certain metrics you are looking at. You are looking at historically, what kind of message has this person been sending? So if you contextualize it in that way, then I know the kind of messages you send on a group. This is very inconsistent with things you normally send, right? So on that metric, then I can determine the sender aspect as suspicious. From the sender aspect, you can also look at who is sending it in terms of, again, it comes with history in the sense that, has this person ever sent a message to me before? So if you are dealing with someone who is a one-time sender, normally it also is suspicious, because people of that range are normally attackers who are just targeting as many people as possible, and they want to see who will fall victim to it. But thirdly, in this case of the sender, the beautiful thing about it is you can easily call to verify. So I got a link from you. Are you the one who sent it? I'm saying this because there are cases like where you mentioned where someone's account can be hacked. and then the hacked account is being used to send things.
And that's the Joy Business Report this morning. Before we go, let's round up with the markets. The dollar going for 13 cedis 90 pesos. That's on the retail market. The pound 16 cedis 88 pesos. The euro 14 cedis 43 pesos. Also on the commodity market, crude oil still at $88 a barrel. Gold went up marginally to $2,317 an ounce. Cocoa increased by $573 to open trading at $11,017 a ton. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. The Super Morning Show continues.
Charlie Akwafu, you get light?
I do have light.
Oh, that's nice.
For some reason, I think I'm on the lucky side of things. Because I do have light.
How long has this problem persisted?
Do you call it?
Everybody is getting doomsday and you are not.
Yeah.
It's clearly an
I
issue
don't know whether
that
it's
needs to be fixed.
where I live is strategic. I'm not going to disclose that before somebody changes their mind. Before somebody changes their mind, because
you share the details with me off air, and I'll send it to ECG for rectification. They will rectify you beautifully. Okay.
But we had the ECG board chairman apologize and say,
he says it will end in a few days.
So people are going to be counting down, really. And it better end in a few days because people are
now,
really
when he
upset
says
about
end, what does he mean? Are they going to patch it up, pay a few bills so the lights come on for now?
I don't really know what the plan is.
Or are they ending it? You see, this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like. We have institutions that call for accountability.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the media is one of them. Tell us specifically what you're doing to end it, when it will kick in, whether it's a permanent solution or a temporary one, how much it's going to cost us. Tell us everything.
Have we had a proper briefing from the stakeholders on what's happening?
I haven't. Have you?
I don't remember. That's why I'm asking.
No, I mean, nobody has given us this level of detail. They answer our questions as much as they can. Most of the time they don't. They tell us we are evil for asking. But
so Ghanaians understand what is happening and what is at stake.
Charlie. Anyway, this is where we are. All right, so Team Eternity Ghana. You know them?
I've heard of the group.
Okay, good. Led by Abeku, featuring Abu Berks. That's a nice name. Abu Berks. Yes. And this song is called Yes Sir.
Yes, sir.
Mamabi comes to work, in the morning looking like Clark Kent. And then, when it's time for the news review, she reveals herself again looking like Superman. I like it.
You're saying
you look nice. It's a fantastic thing. You look very nice.
Between 29 to 35 minutes.
Someone has an issue with that.
Painting their face.
But if the result is a masterpiece, why are you complaining?
If you insist.
I do.
Yeah, okay.
Why? You need glasses.
I'm not under any obligation to make commentary on the matter.
Raymond Aqua, good morning.
I wish you well this morning. I hope you are fine.
Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, let's get busy.
Well, let's get to our Drive Safe campaign brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, supported by Toyota Superior Quality. Our tip today says focus on the task at hand. Defensive driving is all about being focused on the task at hand, which is driving safely. When you're behind the wheel, the main focus must always be what's going on the road. Keep the radio volume low and don't let passengers distract you. A defensive driver is always assessing their surroundings for potential hazards and keeping their attention on weather and road conditions to monitor any changes.
I know a popular chief. He would never put on anything in his car. Silence 100%. He says he doesn't like any distraction. I mean, it shocks me. It looks like we are all quietly sitting there, nothing from chasing the wind, and there's no sound in there. His form of concentration is that nothing would happen. So you have to put your own radio on your phone, connect the headset to your ears.
And be listening to it privately.
Yes. Create your own disco.
Yeah.
But, I mean, imagine after all that concentration and somebody drives into you from behind. You go ball.
Well, but the tip always is that, yes, you expect others to make a mistake, but let it not be your fault.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the most important thing.
Defensive driving.
Driving. Let it not be your fault.
All right. Shall we learn how to say it right then?
Yes. Today's Say It Right, by the way, just before you go on. We're bringing this one back because I've been monitoring. The problem persists.
And
all right. Anyway.
It's brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom Quality and Affordability at their hallmarks. Also, Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done. You say either, I say either.
How about another commonly mispronounced word? This one might surprise you. As usual, I'll spell it first. College. This should be an easy one, right? College. But let me ask, how many times have you heard people say college? Is it not baffling though? There is no A in college. So where are they getting the R sound from? It's college, not college. The word college comes from the Latin word collegium, which means community or guild. There are two original Latin words at play here. Com, which means with, and leg, which means to choose or to gather. So you could look upon the word college as the Englishman's attempt to describe a group of people who choose to gather in the pursuit of one goal. In the case of the modern definition, that goal is knowledge. So now you have the knowledge. It's college, not college. Never college. That's sacrilege.
Let's call the whole thing
As for college there, it is said predominantly by people with affectation, buckets and their friends.
No, honestly.
Yes.
College of Physicians and Surgeons. What's that? College.
Well,
we still want to say that.
Charlie, this one here, you can't be.
No.
Winston wants to
I'm not going to
do tracing.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say that, in the past, our parents, our fathers used to say college.
Yes.
College.
There are people who came with the affectation to change it to
and we felt
college.
They got it wrong, and so we started this.
Why did we feel that way?
Well, I mean, it's
who had we heard saying it right?
A lot of people when you go to school and then you are introduced to pronunciation, and then you think that you see someone says, "Oh, it's not community, it's community," and then the next moment he sees every CO word and starts to think that there should be some unstressed vowel over there, And that's all.
But
of
this, they are stressing the wrong vowel. There is no A in the word at all.
Just like how there's no A in come, but they say come. But I mean, that's English for you. But it's wrong. It's wrong. You don't have to defend it.
I mean, this one there we cannot defend.
There's no A in come, but you know, when the Nigerian man says come, you say no, you don't say that. It's just like how today the young ones say kana, come to my kana.
Kana, bye.
Oh yes, I've heard that 1,001 times.
Kana.
Yes. Kona. That's the kana. Yeah. They are speaking English the way they believe is right.
Yeah. It's the modern people.
Thank God we are here to help them say it, right?
The giving generation.
Yeah, the giving generation.
It's given.
It's given kana.
What's the meaning of that? It's given. What's the meaning of that?
No, I feel lucky they don't say that it is giving. Giving means that the thing is working. It is powerful. It is popping.
Aaron, you're supposed to be learning, not saying update yourself. What is that?
The back room
say is giving.
The backroom boys say that we should all update ourselves and start saying it wrong like them.
Let's get into the papers.
Gen Z vocabulary. It is
giving poppy vibes.
Yeah.
These are slangs.
It's giving Monte Brofo energy. All right, time for the news review brought to us by Syntex Tank. Are you strong? Are you tough? And Access Bank, more than banking. Who's starting?
Let me do the daily graphic, and it's reporting this morning. KPMG audit finds tax revenue increase. SML cleared to continue work. That's on the front page. The other story, of course, we brought you some detail, and if you have time, I'm sure we will bring you some more detail, a more detailed engagement on this later on today. My choice is believing Ghanaian women. Professor Opoku Agyemang, there with Mahama for president, just on the podium where she's standing and she's smiling. This picture is an interesting picture. Traders Lord.
What's interesting? It's a beautiful picture.
Yes, can a beautiful thing not be interesting?
Yes, what is the contention here? Anyway, and she's not even holding the paper I'm holding too, so I'm not even sure how she's able to say that.
I know you're referring to her look yesterday.
So
what about that?
No, what makes it interesting to me is that you know how candidates look into the sky like they are projecting themselves for something. That's what I'm actually looking at. That's what makes it interesting. Yeah, I don't know why she has to add beautiful to the thing to make it any.
No, she says it's not interesting, it's beautiful.
Why can't it be interesting?
Why can't it be? Why? Right now that you are sitting there, are you not looking interesting? Mama B, are you not looking interesting right now?
All right.
Okay, continue with the paper.
Please, yes. Traders law free SHS policy for bringing education inequality, for bridging education equality gap. They say traders are the ones saying that.
Was it at the same forum where they said because free SHS is a good policy and Edichum had done well?
Yes,
he should be
vice
president of vice presidential candidate of Dr. Bamia.
Yes, it's giving sycophancy.
No. They are saying that it is your work that determines what you should be.
Oh, okay.
The other person who is heading the energy sector, it is working on one leg. It is even though I must admit that
it is given.
In the last few days, Western has been without power. I've been getting power, and I'm very happy with that.
You still don't have power?
Oh no, it's intermittent for him. That's fine.
No, we don't have power.
So this is still localized?
No, it's not. There's no longer a localized problem. My checks indicate that.
Yes.
Now the shedding of load has moved away from Gridco to ECG.
And has reached your turn finally.
It had always reached my turn. It had always been with us.
Brothers belonging to ECG. Oh, you have done great service. In fact, you believe in equity. You believe that all people ought to be affected equally.
The good news is that
for you or for me?
For all of you.
Okay.
The good news is that, which is not supposed to be. I mean, this should have been done long. But the good news is that there's oil on the seas.
I see. Is that why Herbert Kappa is very excited?
HFO that should have been bought before the beginning of the year, which the Energy Ministry sent letters.
Yeah.
And they didn't release funds for it to be purchased.
Yes.
Because of the challenges of this, the last 2 months, now it's on the seas coming to Ghana.
So now that cumulatively, some of us have actually lost things in the process. Would it be reasonable for PURC to say, those of you who in the intermittent period had, like the gentleman with 8,500 or 8,000, what they call it?
8,500.
8,500 property that got destroyed. Can he make a claim for it? Also, it's difficult to do that. I don't know whether
I think in Ghana you can.
With the PURC.
The PURC has a process.
Yes. Hopefully they won't take the money and keep it themselves.
How smooth and effective that process is, I don't know.
Yeah, because, I mean, somebody ought to compensate people who, by no fault of theirs, happen to have been victims of the... How about those of us who endured sleepless nights?
The president has thanked you. What
for
again?
The forbearance.
Yes. What
All
again?
right.
You can
How about making sure that people who made this happen are punished?
Okay.
Accountability.
Very important.
Yes, because we can't let it be like a face and it actually goes away. Some people ought to be held responsible for making us endure this suffering in the 21st century.
Unless we have a citizen going to court to try and enforce something like that. I don't see
I think that's even
any
a long
appointing
route.
authority doing that.
I'm expecting
What,
responsible leadership to say, listen, you put me in charge to do something for you. I feel that this is what I'm putting in place. You, get out of there. You're also incompetent, go away. Then the system is cleared up. And that this will never happen again. I accept the apology of Herbert Krapper, but it is empty to me without works. And the works I want to see here are even the promises he's making. Unless I see the evidence of it, because I've been told several times that they'll fix the energy sector anyway. But that is another one. Anyway, you're talking about school. Have you seen that we have introduced new uniform for basic schools?
What is that?
White and black.
In Ghana?
No, yes. I'm saying, what is that?
Oh.
What
is the uniform? White and black.
So people sat in a meeting.
And a black tie.
People sat in a meeting and thought, how can we improve education? I know. Let's change their uniform.
branded.
Let's make all basic school pupils look like Adisco students.
The private school and take the person to the basic school. That is public.
Let's make all basic school pupils look like Adisco students. That is how we will improve it.
We can go back to the thinking and
so let's give the contract to somebody to produce the fabric, someone to sew the thing. Let's do that.
I think
that is what will improve education. Not taking them away from schools under trees. No. Or feeding them. No.
I would
or giving them textbooks.
No. Understand why the change.
I've told you it's branding. You say you want to take your time and understand how.
Let's get to the Finder.
Let's get to, yes, of course, the new Finder newspaper. EcoBank posts 985 million Ghana cedis profit before tax in 2023. You've talked about the SML deal. Well, the president says SML minimized under declarations but needs review. Will prosecute corrupt officials, according to Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang. On page 4 of the paper, the Supreme Court says Parliament's approval of payments of salaries and emoluments to first and second ladies from the Consolidated Fund is unconstitutional. Basically, they are not public office holders.
I thought
we
they
knew this from
refunded
day
that
one.
money. I thought that happened. Don't we remember some refund?
Yes, when the issue came up. But the whole idea of a group of people thinking that they could suddenly make first and second ladies public office holders when really they are not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it had to take the Supreme Court to overturn that. I mean, really.
Well, do we think that it is something that's worth interpretation?
The important thing about this, for me, is the fact that the Supreme Court has ruled. And why? Because when we started having that conversation, the other point was that, but this happened in the past. This isn't the first time.
Yes.
And so because the assumption was that it wasn't the first time, it's important that today we know
that it cannot continue.
It cannot be done. And so don't come and say that,
there's precedence.
There's precedence. I mean, no, you can't do that. So I'm happy that Abronye, Kwame Bafo, went to court and... the Supreme
must
Court.
Everything be courts. The people who sit on these committees.
You don't know right from wrong. Only a judge can determine right from wrong in this country.
Oh, Charlie, we've got to change, man.
But sometimes the political question must be answered politically. It's not everything that you go to court and get the court to answer these questions for you. I mean, a lot of the things, sometimes I just don't understand. We're always going to court. Always going to court.
We appoint a CEO. Then we say, oh, your wife deserves salary too, because the wife is doing a very wonderful job as CEO's wife. I mean, see, sometimes.
But think about it. How about the rest of the people?
Yeah, everybody's wife deserves salary.
Yes,
for doing wonderful
the
work.
security guard's wife deserves a salary for making sure that her husband can come to work and guard you securely.
Because the families are the bedrock of the state.
Absolutely.
But the
if they will introduce that to Kami Krao, I'll find a
the
wife.
declarations that were sought by Kwame Bafo.
He who finds
one
a
of
wife
it
finds a good
was dismissed. A
salary.
declaration
The
that
last one.
per Articles 108 and 178 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, Parliament cannot, on its own accord, initiate or approve payment of any such emoluments which would necessarily be paid from public funds without a bill to that effect emanating from and introduced by the government and duly passed into law. That one.
Yeah, that's it.
Was
I think
dismissed.
you're going into the realms of Parliament's work.
And but that one also, I'm interested because Article 108 has been doing a lot of things in this country. I want to understand, when I get the ruling, I would read and understand that. But let's get to the Ghanaian Times. Says, so yesterday we were talking about the young girl who had been dismissed from school, having been impregnated.
Yes.
So it says, outcome of Ghanaian Times expose, dismissed pregnant student back to school following GS directive. She should not have been out of school.
It's not enough.
Yes, you're making a point.
It's not enough that they accept her back in school. The school ought to be punished for taking that action in the first place so that they don't repeat it. Because you see, what if Ghanaian Times doesn't see the next story, the next girl who is impregnated, who is sacked? What if the media doesn't come across that story? What happens?
Okay. Also, the front page, resident persons risk prosecution for failure to disclose income, GRA. And President inaugurates second phase of 15 megawatts Kalio solar power plant project, and Mahama touts credentials of Professor Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang. That's it for the Ghanaian Times.
All forms of income, some income or other incomes, all forms of income.
Well, no.
In the United Kingdom recently, they introduced the side gig.
Yeah.
No, side hustle.
Side hustle, yeah.
Bill. It's been creating a lot of confusion.
So, all incomes that you make as a resident Ghanaian. So if you have a permanent address in Ghana,
yes,
and you make money outside the country,
and this is income from employment, business, and investment.
investment.
People pretend that they invest.
And if you are also a company
yes,
whose major operations are in Ghana,
yes,
decisions are taken in Ghana.
As you hold a board meeting.
You hold board meeting in Ghana. You must also pay. If you are a foreigner and you stay in Ghana cumulatively or whatever for 183 days, you must pay your global source.
It sounds refreshing, but will they enforce it? See, we
now
have
the world has
beautiful
moved
things.
on. They have the data.
And then
we
come back to the same point where we say we are not making enough, we're not collecting enough, we're taxing the same people. We're not broadening the tax nets.
If they want to enforce, they can enforce because now they have the data.
But will they?
Oh, they will.
No, I think that, the general principle, all forms of income that are taxable, chargeable to tax or to be taxed, simple. So we should all agree that that's the general principle.
But this thing has been there for a long time. It's not like a new thing being introduced.
It's a reminder to the people.
And to be fair, we didn't have the necessary information and access to charge this tax in the past. Now we do.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the very last paper I have is the Daily Guide, and the salary story is on the front page. The SML story also is there, and it says President orders SML contract renegotiation. Naana pledges loyalty to Mahama. It's in the corner. Now, Bawumia meets the biggest story here. Bawumia meets Pope Francis in historic Vatican visit. That's the biggest story on the front page. And I see Samira Bawumia at the back there, smiling nicely. She returned the money, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We were told so. Now, so they've met Pope Francis. Pope Francis holding hands with Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia nicely. It's a very nice.
So they returned the money, but did they cease paying them?
No, they ceased.
After that,
ceased. They ceased paying. So let's go for the online news review. Let's go for the online news review.
And is brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest. All right, so on myjoyonline.com this morning. Here we go. Power challenge would be over in the next few days. That's according to Herbert Crapper. And we've heard the information about the oil tanker on its way. But what is this? Is this a plaster or is it a cure? Right?
Good question.
Is it a plaster or is it a cure? How long will that oil last?
Lasts.
And what
Thank
comes next? Right? These are important questions. Let's have a proper understanding of what we are doing, whether it's temporary, whether in a few months' time the lights will go off again. Let's understand what's being done here so that we know exactly how much comfort to take. Anyway. So you can read about that. Also, Prof. Opoku Agyemang has not been given a fair appraisal. That's Kujeto Ablakwa making that claim. And what else? Here's another one. My selection is an affirmation of your belief in women, Naana Opoku Agyemang tells Mahama. So it's gearing up to be an interesting campaign. Prof. Naana Jane comes out of the blocks, with some impetus. Let's see how far that goes. Shall we go for the BBC News?
Yep.
Yes, we shall. It's brought to us by the kindness of Fidelity Bank, Believe With Us, and Old Mutual. 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
There are some classy celebrations that calls for whipping out your favorite China sets. Same goes for your luxury vehicle. Just any engine oil won't do. Premium understands premium best. The new Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP with carbon neutral properties is the one for your premium car. It's a fully synthetic motor oil designed using the Shell Pure Plus technology. Prevents dirt buildup with exceptional cleaning power, leaving your pistons cleaner than a whistle, up to 50% more than the industry standard, and gives you stronger, long-lasting engine performance. So, if you want your classic car to run smoothly like a Ferrari for years to come, use the Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP with carbon neutral properties. Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP, designed for ultimate engine performance.
Ebusiafo, welcome. I want to greet Uncle James in Germany. Since I was a child, you have promised me a trip abroad, sir. To date, my passport is still a virgin po. And then to you, baby, for that bombastic broken heart. Hey! I want you to know that latest by June, dear, I would have won big in the Ideal Yonkopa promo.
Win up to 600,000 Ghana cedis in cash. Another amazing prizes up for grabs with Ideal Yonkopa promo. Just peel, text, and you could win big. This advert is FDA approved.
When the pain is too much, don't know what else to do. So rapping all, will take the pain away. Rapping all,
Rapinol is what you need. Rapinol will relieve you of all aches and pain in your body. Rheumatic pain, menstrual pain, body pain, toothaches, and other feverish conditions. Rapinol is a quality product from Danex Itin Starwin PLC. If symptoms persist after 48 hours, consult a physician. Not suitable for children below 16 years old, asthmatic, and ulcer patients. This advert is FDA approved.
Don't give you for your private office. Do you see the kind of vehicles that the First Lady uses, provided by the state? If you are going in the company,
Tired of the daily commute to work during rush hour? Or maybe you're planning a girls' night out and need a reliable ride. Perhaps you need to deliver an important parcel and want to get there on time. Whatever your reason for commuting, Access Bank and Uber have got you covered. With Access Bank Visa Card, you can now enjoy 30% off Uber rides. That's 30% off every ride. Use promo code Access Ride Savings to enjoy affordable, convenient, and cheaper rides even on a limited budget. Don't miss out on this amazing opportunity to save big on your daily commute. Visit our website www.ghana.accessbankplc.com or social media today to learn more and start enjoying and saving on your Uber rides like never before. Access Visa Card, the perfect partner for your Uber rides. Access Bank, more than banking.
Recognition by traditional country music rules.
The backlash entirely reshaped an old conversation. So this week on The Inquiry, we're asking, who is country? Join me, Tanya Beckett, after the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has said Washington and Beijing should manage their differences responsibly on the second day of his visit to China. The Shanghai Communist Party boss described relations between the two countries as the most important in the world. Mr. Blinken spoke of the need for direct engagement.
We have an obligation for our people and indeed an obligation for the world to manage the relationship between our two countries responsibly. That is the obligation that we have and one that we take very seriously. And I think the direction from President Biden and President Xi was to continue to build those lines of communication.
Dozens of pro-Palestinian demonstrators have been arrested at university campuses in the United States as a wave of student unrest intensifies. The worst clashes were at the University of Texas in Austin, where police, some of them on horseback, prevented demonstrators from setting up an encampment. These students were taking part in the protest.
It's a mess. It's very chaotic. The faculty this morning received an email saying that they were going to be shutting this protest down before it even started. I walked out of class around noon, and I saw the tower where the protest was originally planned was blocked off.
We were, from the beginning, we wanted a peaceful protest. We wanted something that was just like a community gathering that was meant to show our frustration with the university, but unfortunately did not turn out that way.
Pope Francis has said he phones the Roman Catholic Church in Gaza every day to find out what people are experiencing. In an interview with the news network CBS, the Pope said the hundreds of Palestinians sheltering there had to fight for food. The Pope has continued to talk in strong terms about the conflict in Gaza. It's been confirmed in Haiti that the long-awaited installation of a presidential transition council will take place on Thursday. The Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, said last month that he would step down after gangs prevented him from returning to the country from an overseas trip. Yusuf Taha has this report.
The swearing-in ceremony is due to take place at the Prime Minister's office on the outskirts of the capital, Port-au-Prince. The original venue, Haiti's National Palace, has repeatedly been attacked, including in the past few days. The United Nations said the situation in Haiti is catastrophic, with the capital almost completely cut off by armed groups. A high-profile gang leader, Jimmy Barbecue Cherizier, has insisted that talks over Haiti's political future must include the gangs.
A soft drinks tycoon in Vietnam has been jailed for 8 years for a $40 million fraud. Chung Quy Thien and his two daughters were found guilty of deceiving investors over loans issued against property. The case is the latest of a number of high-profile corruption trials in Vietnam. You're listening to World News from the BBC. Venice today becomes the first city in the world to charge day trippers for entry. In an effort to manage the problem of having too many visitors, a fee of just over $5 will be imposed during a trial period. The Italian city will apply the charge on 29 days over the next few months. Hundreds of flights have been cancelled at French airports due to industrial action by air traffic controllers. The disruption is taking place despite the main union calling off the strike as a pay deal was reached. The agreement came too late to restore schedules. Portugal is marking the 50th anniversary of a left-wing military coup that ended what had been Europe's longest dictatorship. What became known as the Carnation Revolution ushered in the transition to democracy. Alison Roberts has this report.
Hundreds of singers and musicians performed classics from the time of the revolution at outdoor spectacles in Lisbon and Porto on the eve of the anniversary. As well as this first ever reenactment of the coup, this year's programme includes a ceremony attended by all the presidents of former Portuguese colonies in Africa that secured independence in its wake. Portugal's recent inconclusive legislative election may have raised doubts about its political direction in the coming months, and some people clearly feel that the promise of the revolution has been betrayed. But surveys consistently show that for most Portuguese it still symbolises freedom above all.
Alison Roberts with that report. Fishmongers in Egypt say they've been forced to slash prices by up to 50% because of a boycott which has swept the country. A campaign against high prices, which began in Port Said and Alexandria, has spread elsewhere under the slogan, "Let it rot." That's the latest world news from the BBC.
There are some classy celebrations that calls for whipping out your favorite China sets. Same goes for your luxury vehicle. Just any engine oil won't do. Premium understands premium best. The new Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP with carbon neutral properties is the one for your premium car. It's a fully synthetic motor oil designed using the Shell Pure Plus technology. Prevents dirt buildup with exceptional cleaning power, leaving your pistons cleaner than a whistle, up to 50% more than the industry standard, and gives you stronger, long-lasting engine performance. So, if you want your classic car to run smoothly like a Ferrari for years to come, use the Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP with carbon neutral properties. Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP, designed for ultimate engine performance.
Great news is here. Batmat is here again. XXL clearance sale. Guaranteed savings. From now till the end of April, the big sale continues. Get discounts of up to 70% off sanitary wares, light tiles, waterproofing, and all other product families. It's the year to get things done. Visit our showroom at the North Industrial Area next to the Winners Chapel, Ghana. Don't miss out. Batmat, welcome home.
Cadbury Richoco is now available in a new pack. You would love the fresh new look. It's a vibe. Cadbury Richoco supports the energy to keep you going. Kickstart your day the Ghanaian way, wherever the day will take you, with a cup of delicious, creamy, smooth Richoco. Cadbury Richoco. Rich taste, rich identity. This advert is FDA approved.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
I said the hip, hop, the hip, the hip.
examples of hip hop.
The rhythmic beat. That's a little while seeing.
Yeah, the Sugar Hill Gang.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very reminiscent of J. Amble. Yeah.
The inventor of rap music.
Yes, inventor
of rap music.
Yes. I mean, rap music is not the same as hip hop.
Yeah.
We're saying rap,
Yeah. Inventor.
We're celebrating our own. But let me say good morning to Reverend Samuel Dogbeto. Reverend Samuel Dogbeto. When they say it right, he said,
he's
college,
also an inventor
and not college. He said, but that's how he's been saying it. College.
Well, now you know.
Yes,
he can
and
say it right.
yes, he's a pastor with the SDA. So Reverend Samuel Dogbeto. Good morning to you.
Indeed. All right then. Okay then. Listen, lots to do today. We are very interested in what Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang had to say. Let's listen to a little bit of it. Let's listen to a quick rap.
All right. Draped in the symbolic red, white, green, and black colors of the umbrella, hundreds of NDC sympathizers and party bigwigs gather here at the UPSA Auditorium in Accra to witness the outdooring of Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang as running mate to John Dramani Mahama.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang.
Rolling out her vision to party faithfuls and Ghanaians, Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang did not shy away from taking a swipe at government.
I will not, in the advancement of self-serving ambition, declare to the whole world that I was only the driver's mate. I don't know about you, but the image I get looking at that hole is a trench in utter shock that anyone could believe it was intended as a Thanksgiving gift to the Almighty, invisible, God only wise. The reports will go on to point at housing projects, including the famous Saglemi housing complex, and even those that somebody has happily raised to make room for a presumed.
Knowing the role Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is playing as head of the economic management team and lead on government digitization agenda and what may be expected of the next Vice President, former President John Dramani Mahama explains what the exact job description of his Vice President will be.
Under my administration, she will have oversight, among others, of the education sector, the health sector, gender and social protection.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang says the next NDC administration will deal with all corrupt government officials.
John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable. And my friends, this is not a threat. It is a promise.
As to whether this second John and Jane ticket will deliver victory for the NDC come December 7, 2024, the race has just begun. James Abeji, Joy News.
So that's the running mate of the NDC saying that anyone who participated in plunder will be punished. And that's not a threat, it's a promise.
Ideally, that should be given. I mean, listen, when you go into public office, you are supposed to be accountable. The expectation is that you are accountable when you are in office, but you know how we operate in this republic.
Yep.
Our attorney generals only see the L's in other people who have been in the office. So, as is expected, if another government comes in, the expectation is that nobody's crying foul, nobody's complaining. People who have done wrong. There's somebody, a former government official, who says that if they are witches, they'll be hunted.
Yes.
Witches, there's no hunting. But if they are witches, they will be hunted. And it is expected because that is how you stop impunity. If the corruption and the things that we do wrong in society is not made very expensive, there isn't a system that rewards people who do wrong. They will not continuously do that. That's the clearest idea. So I don't even think it is repeating it is important. I think it's the doing. That should be, and it should be normal practice. It should not even be a government promising that when I come, I'll do that. It should be as of consequence in the state. So far as you get involved in public affairs, the expectation is that you are accountable. If you fall below the standards that we have in place, you are dealt with accordingly. But, I mean, some of us have said, and I heard other people say, we had reactions immediately. The concern, the difficulty some of us had with the selection of Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang appeared to be, if you like, reducing. Not just because of how she spoke about the things that are going to happen. It appears she now understands and appreciates her role in the election proper. Hopefully she follows up, because some of the things that she said, even the main candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has not said some of them yet. It appeared, and some of us are concerned about how the NDC was even executing the campaign. It's almost like, oh, let's sit back and watch what's happening and follow up on some of these things. There wasn't enough, and I'm insisting, enough of the things that she said, right from Galamsey through to the systems and the things that are happening wrong in this government, targeting the issues properly. And to me, I think they're hanging everything on one thing. It could be a legitimate issue that she's a woman of integrity. It has become a very difficult place to put people nowadays in our politics. A few people can boldly say that I'm a person of integrity in our politics. And she claimed that. She hosted that flag boldly to everybody, seeing that, listen, you can't pay or put anything at me. So I'm just hoping that when the main drivers come in, when they kiss into action, we will have legitimately, not just intelligent, legitimately not corrupt people in our politics driving it.
Look, I mean, it's all well and good to have integrity, but how do you put it to advantage in a campaign? If you're a person with integrity, the advantage should be that you should be able to speak the truth about your opponent without them throwing mud at you, because there's no mud to throw. So by now, we should have been hearing so much more of this. Anyway, this is the outdooring. So let's see if from now we'll be hearing even more of these directed, criticisms, because that's what will make the voters feel like, that's the right choice to make, right?
Yes, Kojo, but let me share with you the banking education series today, brought to us by the National Banking College. And it talks about the right of borrowers to full disclosure. It says any lender regulated by the Bank of Ghana is required to provide the prospective borrower with a pre-agreement disclosure statement, which essentially captures the key terms and conditions of the loan. Any fees or charges that are not in a pre-agreement disclosure statement prior to the execution of a loan agreement shall not be payable, and if paid already, shall be refunded by the lender with interest at the prevailing rate. That's Section 57 of the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020, Act 1052.
Interesting stuff. All right. By the way, this song, Rapper's Delight, is 14 minutes, 30 seconds long. This one. Yeah. 41 song go. Anyway, all right, let's get on with it. Super Morning Show continues. We will be talking about SML and the contract that has been audited and the president's reactions to that audit and whether it goes far enough. Stay with us. It's the Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show. Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
All right, well, a poorly maintained car engine can age faster, and that is why Total Energies offers specially formulated quartz engine oil with age resistance technology. It's a breakthrough that ensures optimal performance of your engine and improves protection against mechanical wear by up to 74%, even under extreme temperatures and pressures. Choosing quartz from Total Energies is choosing the engine oil that keeps your engine running efficiently and effectively. Quartz, keep your engine younger for longer.
And to the businessman, trader, and parent sending money to loved ones and business partners, thanks to Access Bank and PAPS partnership, you can now send money across border hassle-free. Now you can send money to pay for goods and services, make business transactions, and cover school fees across Africa without worrying about foreign exchange losses or delays. It's straightforward, secure, and keeps your mind at ease. Benefit from instant payments across Nigeria, Liberia, Gambia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, with zero foreign exchange hassle when you send money in cities, It will not be received in any other currency by the recipient. For more information, visit our website, ghana.accessbankplc.com, or call toll-free 0800 004400 for all your cross-border payments. Visit any of our branches and pops it with Access Bank. Access Bank, more than banking.
Now, great news from Batimat, and they are here again. It's the XXL clearance sale, guarantee savings, all the products in the showroom. They are up to 70% off from now till the end of April 2024. This is like 25%, 40, 50%, and up to 70% on several products. And I know you come in because I have for you there. I mean, clearly. Now, don't carry out your construction without going to Batimat first. This year can do and complete your project. Don't miss this opportunity. Batimat is the home for some of the best brands in building solutions, and we are talking about leading distributors like Legrand Electrical, products like distribution boards and enclosures, switches and circuit breakers, all the things you need in there. Now, they also have the best waterproofing solutions and chemicals for your building projects. Now, what you need to do is enjoy the great discounts on all of these items, and it's up to the end of April. That's the 30th of April.
You've got 5 days.
Yes, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Visit our showroom at the North Industrial Area next to Winners Chapel, Ghana, close to ECG Aveno. Call us on this number, 0544 314 553. Don't miss out. Batimat. Welcome home.
All right, now if you've ever tried to push a pool door, then you know it doesn't quite work. Same goes for when you put the wrong engine oil in your luxury vehicle. Introducing Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP, specially formulated with a unique Shell Pure Plus technology that actively helps lubricate and also cleans your engine, giving you premium car peak performance. Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP provides unsurpassed wear and sludge protection, leaves your pistons cleaner than a whistle, up to 50% more than the industry standard, and enhanced fuel economy. Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP is designed to be safe for the environment with a significant reduction in carbon emissions. Listen, I could go on and on and on, but the only way to prove the value of Shell Helix Ultra SP OW20 is to try it yourself. So please go ahead and try. Premium rolls best with premium. Get Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP, made for premium today.
All right, they call it PAPS. It's the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, and you can now get it from Fidelity Bank. So you can send money now to your loved ones, business partners across Africa. You can send it in Ghana cedis. They'll get it in their currency. Don't wait for days for transactions to clear. And of course, you can go to any Fidelity Bank branch and start sending money across Africa instantly and securely and affordably to Nigeria, Gambia, Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Now, I need to get ready for a revolution, because if you want your Toyota engine to function optimally, then there's only one choice: the Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. Now, the Toyota Genuine Motor Oil has been rigorously tested and proven to be the best oil for your Toyota engine. This is specially crafted to keep your engine running smoothly and efficiently. You know that Toyota Genuine Oil is available in all Toyota Ghana branches across the country. Nothing makes your engine happier than giving it Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. Just call this number for purchases or bulk distribution. We call it this number at Toyota Ghana, 0302 429 801. You know that Toyota Ghana is proud to be associated with the Joy FM Joy News Drive Safe City Tips on the Super Morning Show. Toyota, superior quality.
And every time we eat, food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases foul breath. Well, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with pro-fluoride and micro-calcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. This prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity comes in 175 grams. That's the big family pack. Also 120-gram Ejaquat pack. They also have the 65-gram and 12-gram sachet, so you can always get what you can afford at any time. Don't just use toothpaste that brush your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. And thanks to Pepsodent, they've been educating Ghanaians on how to brush their teeth for 25 years now. Pepsodent is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association, and they're giving you the opportunity to talk to a dentist for free. To take advantage, just call their toll-free line 0800 161 000. Get Pepsodent at any shop near you, but call directly the customer care center on toll-free 0800 2030. Pepsodent, every smile matters.
Well, you know it's difficult to keep good news to yourself, especially when it can transform your life and those close to you. And so SG Ghana wants you to know that this time around, the loans, Omati Subium. All you have to do is that if you're an SG customer or you're on the Controller and Accountant General's payroll, then please head straight to SG Ghana and or call them on 0302-214-3144 for more details. The offer runs till the 7th of June 2024. Terms and conditions apply. SG Ghana, the future is you.
Okay, so simple and short. Go to kingdomstoreonline.com, pay for whatever you like via Momo, and they'll deliver for free if you're in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And Omni Basic Bank says they've got exciting news for you. You can now get your Omni Basic Visa Classic debit card instantly at any of their branches nationwide. Yes, it's instant with new and improved features, contactless and verified by Visa. So why wait? Visit any of their branches nationwide and get your Omni Basic Visa Classic debit card today. Omni Basic, at your service.
And we're at your service with lots and lots of information, sports and birthdays coming up after these.
Hear it. The freedom in our songs, the sound of liberty that rings from Kaswa to Karaga, from Tamale to Takoradi. It's in the pestles that pound from coast to coast. It's in the busy offices, the crowded streets, and the noisy schools. It's in the wisdom of our elders and in the laughter of our children. It's in seeing how far we've come and looking at how much we can grow. It's in knowing that still Ghana go be. MTN.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Wake up, have a great day, yeah, with nourishing cowbell premium milk and cowbell Vita Rich, nourishment for you. There's a cowbell milk for you, for you, for you. Cowbell Vita Rich and cowbell premium.
Introducing the new Cowbell Premium Milk, high in protein, and the new Cowbell Vita-Rich, enriched with vitamin B9, both so creamy. Now there's a Cowbell for you.
Cowbell, a creamy goodness.
This advert is FDA approved.
You worked hard for your money, and DSTV gives you a whole lot more for a lot less than you think.
Ooh.
Instead of one takeout dinner, how about treating the family to a whole month of the best entertainment with DSTV? From thrilling sports, blockbusters, captivating series, to entertaining kid shows, we have it all.
Totally awesome.
And with DSTV Stream, you can watch on the go.
I'm here.
Plus, you can choose a package to suit your pocket. There's a whole lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think with DSTV.
All right. Well, normally birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African Bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
We will bring you the birthday wishes a bit later on the show. We promise you that. But right now, it's time for the Joy Sports Center, which is brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank,
here for good.
DSTV,
it's your moment.
And Cowbell Premium Milk. Cowbell
and creamy goodness.
So, folks, say goodbye to memorizing 1,001 short codes. Experience a complete one-click access to all MTN services with my MTN app. You can now check your airtime, data, Momo balance, buy bundles with airtime or from your Momo wallet. Monitor your data usage and calls made, access your MTN Momo account, and so much more, all with my MTN app. Download my MTN app from the App Store, Google Play Store today and experience a super convenient way to do things you love on your favorite network, MTN. So, what are you waiting for? What are you doing today, actually?
Yes, Mamavi, what are you doing today? So, folks, imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. I mean, picture your rooftop transform into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and CD-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. I know somebody who will be very happy with this. Israelite, right? 100% so. Now, and guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right. We're not just offering loans. We are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. If you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on the numbers. I'll give you the numbers now. 050-153-5789 or 050-153-5790. There's also 0244-674-154. Let's together chart a call for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dream shine brighter than before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And listen, Cowbell thinks about you. And today, I come bearing good news. Cowbell is offering continuous nourishment that is creamy and tasty. It comes in two new variants, the Cowbell Premium and Cowbell Vitarich. Today, I'll tell you about Cowbell Premium. It is a nutritious meal containing essential minerals and vitamins, including vitamin A, B9, C, D, E, and K. In addition, Cowbell Premium is unique mainly because of its rich, creamy taste and 23.6% protein content. It offers more in its single serve pack at 26 grams and is also available in 360 grams and 400 grams. In search of an accompaniment to complement your beverage or porridge with that rich creamy taste and value for money, well, Cowbell Premium is an option. So stay tuned to hear about an additional exciting offer. Cowbell Vitarich Ghana. There's a cowbell for you. Cowbell are creamy goodness, and this advert is FDA approved. Good morning, friends.
Good morning, Mama V. Good morning to all of you. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fento Tahiru Fento. Coming up this morning.
Now here's Kirkes, always looking to stride forwards. Has Cliver with him. Cliver gives it back to Kirkes. A dangerous looking ball in. Wolves didn't deal with it. And Semenyo opens the scoring for Bournemouth. It had been coming.
Anton Semenyo, Ghana's very own, fired Bournemouth to victory against Wolverhampton Wanderers in the Premier League. That's to come also in this bulletin.
Very obvious targets. Calvert-Lewin's got a leap. Great header! Dominic Calvert-Lewin puts a nail in the coffin of Liverpool's title hopes and gives a huge surge to Everton's belief of survival.
Yeah, the Premier League title is slipping away from Liverpool after a damaging defeat in the Merseyside derby. We have more of that in the next 10 minutes, but we'll begin here in Ghana with the Ghana Premier League. That's where RTU have announced they've mutually parted company with their head coach Abdullahi Mumin over fears for his safety. The club, in a statement on Tuesday, said fans are agitating against the coach because of substitutions he made against Insuateman on Sunday that they believe led to their 2-1 defeat. Here's the RTU PRO, Mohamed Kayaba, throwing more light on the issue.
after the match, fans of RTU threatened to hurt the coach or mistreat the coach. So because of that, the club has terminated the contract we have with Coach Moment. And so it's not true. The earlier reports that we suspended the coach as a result of match fixing, alleged match fixing. It's not true. So we have terminated his contract with RTU simply because of his safety and some security reasons. Because fans were not happy about the outcome of the match, and then they claim that it was his making because of the substitutions that he did. They think that resulted to our defeat.
So that is Kayaba, the PRO for RTU. Now, the alleged match fixing that he alluded to is because the fans believe that the coach played a match of convenience against Nswateman, and his substitutions were deliberate and to, of course, give Nswateman the advantage. They won that game 2-1. But the coach is firing back, Abdullahi Mumin. He's denied those allegations and says it's the PRO who is spreading these allegations.
I can say emphatically that the allegation is not true. It wasn't just true at all. Because when I even saw that post on social media, I had the cause of calling the management of the team to ask whether they confirmed whatever was said by what was alleged to have been said by our PRO. They said it was not true. That they didn't ask him to say anything of that sort. Now he's everywhere saying that what he said was not true. And voices are such that you can't tell lies.
Very interesting times. Abdul Momin is the former RTU head coach. Let's move on from them to Dreams FC, who have now moved camp to Kumasi to continue their preparations for Sunday's CAF Confederation Cup semi-final second leg against Zamalek. The MTN FA Cup holders are going into the game after holding the Egyptian Giants to a goalless draw in the first leg in Cairo last Sunday. But the Dreams coach Karim Zito is aware Zamalek's pedigree in the competition could cause his team problems.
The match looked frightening and very difficult, but it is not impossible. Now that we've been there, surely when they come in, the only advantage you have is we are playing Ghana. Yes. Because with all their supporters behind them, with all the intimidation, we were able to come out unscattered. So we are sure that at the end of the day, you see us struggling to put things at the way I want them to. So I'm putting the energy in them first before we go into the 30s. So surely we had a meeting before the beginning of our training that then this stage we are going to play is more difficult than the first stage. And it's more open. So it's not about you coiling or we are going all to score, but with caution.
That's Abdul Karim Zito, Dreams FC head coach. Now, Ghana's medalists from the just-ended African Games are continuing to express frustration over the non-payment of their bonuses over a month after the Games. The Sports Ministry promised to pay $3,000 for a gold medal, $2,000 for silver, and $1,000 for bronze. Winifred Ntumi, who is entitled to $7,000 after she won gold and 2 silver medals at the African Games, says officials are not picking her calls.
I have not received the money yet. All the disciplines have not heard from them up till now. Sometimes when I call, they don't even pick up. It is with the minister, and we have not heard from him. The first time I've experienced this. This is my home country. This is the most. We don't need reasons. Just tell us that you will be called. Let us hear from you.
Winifred Ntumi was speaking to Accra-based Happy FM in that interview. Joy Sports has confirmed that the situation is not peculiar to her, and other medalists have been complaining very bitterly about the situation. We reached out to the Sports Ministry for comment, and of course we'll bring you information as and when they give us some of that. Now, elsewhere, we can tell you the Ghana under-17 team are in Europe playing in the UEFA U16 tournament. And Sofori came off the bench to score a consolation goal for the Black Starlets in their opening game at that competition. She's 15 years of age. He was introduced in the second half of the game and scored the consolation in Ghana's 3-1 loss to Russia there. Elsewhere on the African continent, the president of the Football Association, of Zambia has been arrested and charged with money laundering offences. The country's Drug Enforcement Commission alleges that Andrew Kamanga obtained government funds under false pretenses and was part of a conspiracy to defraud. The DEC says the 57-year-old used the money to fund trips for 2 associates to the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations in Cote d'Ivoire earlier this year. An investigation, of course, revealed that neither 2 of the people that he took to the AFCON is or has held any official position at the Football Association of Zambia and should not have been flown with the resources of the state. So very interesting times ahead of us as far as that situation in Zambia is concerned. We'll be monitoring that very, very closely. In England, last night, Liverpool's Premier League title hopes were dealt a huge blow following a damaging 2-0 defeat at Goodison Park in the Merseyside derby. Gerard Branthwaite's first half goal and a towering header from Dominic Calvert-Lewin after the break gave Everton their Merseyside derby win at home in 14 years. The win means that Liverpool are now 3 points behind leaders Arsenal and 1 above Man City, who have 2 games in hand. The Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk questioned the commitment of his teammates after the game.
Listen, very disappointed in so many ways, and I think everyone has to look in the mirror and look at their own performance. If they really give everything, and do they really want to win the league? And obviously we're fighting, and we have still games after the night, but play like we did overall in the game like today, and not winning challenges and giving the ref to an opportunity to give a free kick like he did many times, then we have no chance to win the title.
That's Virgil van Dijk there. Elsewhere in the Premier League, of course, Ghana's Antoine Semenyo scored the only goal as 10-man Bournemouth beat Wolves 1-0 at the Molineux to move into the top half of the season. Jordan Ayew also provided an assist in his first start in 3 games to help Crystal Palace beat Newcastle 2-0 at Selhurst Park. He's now got 11 goal contributions in the Premier League. Man United captain Bruno Fernandes, he led from the front to ensure another chaotic performance eventually ended 4-2 in favour of Man United against Sheffield United at Old Trafford. Later today, Man City will be looking to cut Arsenal's lead at the top to 1 point when they take on Brighton at the Etihad Stadium. And a bit of news for Barcelona fans. Their head coach is Xavi. He will remain at the club until at least the end of his contract in June 2025 after changing his mind that this would be his last season following a meeting with club officials yesterday. So he had said that he would leave at the end of the season, but he is now going to stay at least until 2025. And before we go, Ousmane Dembele and Kylian Mbappe both scored twice as Paris Saint-Germain moved one step closer to the Ligue 1 title with a 4-1 win over Lorient last night. Lorient had a Ghanaian defender in their fold, Nathaniel Ejay. He played the full game, but that did not stop PSG from running riot. And Atalanta, they will be in the Coppa Italia final after an impressive victory against Fiorentina, Alfred Duncan's Fiorentina yesterday as well in Italy. And that's all the sports this morning on the Joy Sports Centre. My name, of course, is Fentu Tahiri. Fentu, back to you, Mama V.
Salah, good morning. Thank you. There's more sports on myjoyonline.com. Let's cross over now with some 46 minutes after 7 to Uncle Libble White, because it's a Thursday and he's got food for thought. It's brought to us by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. Uncle, good morning. Morning. You're not a Chelsea fan, are you?
I do not support teams. I support players and coaches.
How convenient.
No, that has always been my position.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So
All right.
I'm one of those people who can watch a match, and no matter the results, I will rejoice because I've had a good match. Because my support is not for the team. It's for instance, if Messi is in a match, I want him to do well.
Right.
If Salah is in a game, I want Salah to do well. If Ronaldo, and some people will be angry with this, if Ronaldo is in a match, I want him to shine. And then I want Pep to shine. I want Pop to do well in his last year.
Ten Hag?
I wish he could go away with something, but unfortunately, I don't think he would be able to go with the league this time.
You're not.
And I like Arteta because of the revolution he's brought to Arsenal. I like Alonso and Xavi for what he's done at Leverkusen, and so gorgeous. That is me.
You didn't mention Ten Hag, and are you a Jackson fan?
Ten Hag, I think, hasn't proved himself yet. Let him continue to lift his game.
Okay. All right. All right, Uncle. You've got a tall list there.
Right. Yeah. Gorgeous. I need to acknowledge two fantastic ladies today.
Okay.
Yesterday was their birthday. So good morning to you, Mrs. Janet Boahene. You were 90 yesterday. You don't cross that line without being blessed. And may the blessings of the Lord continue to be upon you. And then my own sister, Mrs. Olivia Newman. Happy belated birthday to you. I begin this morning with 3 quotes. Quote number 1. An empowered life begins with serious personal questions about oneself. Those answers bear the seeds of success. And that is by Steve Maraboli, a best-selling writer and speaker. Second quote. We get wise by asking questions. And even if these questions are not answered, we still get wise. For a well-packed question carries answers on its back as a snail carries its shell. And that is from James Stevens, actor and film director. The third quote, at the end of the day, the questions we ask of ourselves determine the type of people that we will become. And that is from Leo Babauta, a blogger and an author. Gorgeous, I believe in the power of questions. I know that the right question can change your life. So this morning, I want us to consider 10 questions that can help shape our direction in life. Here we go. Question number 1. What does your current situation in life make possible? Whether you like your current situation in life or not, you must know that it offers you great opportunities. Let me even take a negative example. You may be unemployed, but that offers you the opportunity to pick a hobby, or go back to school, or deepen your relationship with your loved ones, or work out more. So instead of being unhappy about your situation, be excited about the possibilities that your situation opens for you. Question number 2. Does anyone owe you any debt of gratitude? In other words, are there people whose lives are far better off because their paths crossed yours? Are there people who know that you are the reason for their current happiness and well-being? If there is no one who owes you a debt of gratitude, you are living a very self-absorbed life that has to change if you are to know significance and happiness. Question number 3. Are you forgiven by the most important person in your life? The most important person in your life is you. It isn't your parents, no matter how responsible they are. It isn't your siblings, no matter how close you are to them. It isn't your children, no matter how much you love them. And it isn't your spouse, no matter how blessed you feel to have him or her. The most important person in your life is you. Unfortunately, some of us have not forgiven ourselves for a choice we made, or something we said that backfired, or something we did or failed to do that cost us and those we love so much. Learn to forgive yourself, but learn the lessons from your shortcomings and mistakes and aim at being better every day. Question number 4. Whose voice stops you? In other words, who are you accountable to? If you do not have someone whose voice can stop you in your tracks, you are a disaster waiting to happen.
It pays to have someone you hold yourself so accountable to that so accountable to that what they say can make you rethink a decision you have made. Question number 5. What if today is your last day on earth? Maybe many of us live as if we have been guaranteed life. But the reality of the human situation is that tomorrow is not guaranteed to any of us. And yet some of us live as if we will live forever. And so we have no focus in life and no urgency about life. We think we'll be here tomorrow. We think we'll be here next week, next year. Question: what if you are not here tomorrow, or next week, or next month, or next year? Let us therefore focus on what we can do today, because that is what we have. Let us aim at making the most of today so that if it turns out to be our last day, and believe me, someday it will be, we can at least say that we made the most of the gift of life today. Question number 6. What would you say to God when you stand before him and he asks you what you did with the gift of life, with the talents and opportunities he gave you? There is enough evidence in the Bible to suggest that someday we'll find ourselves standing before God to answer for our lives. We'll have to answer for what we did with the days of our lives, what we did with the gifts and talents we were blessed with, and what we did with opportunities that were thrown our way. When that day comes, will you be happy with the answers you give? Question number 7. What would you do today if you were not afraid or bitter or discouraged? It is sad that most of us allow all kinds of things to hold us back in life. It may be the fear of failure, or the fear of being ridiculed, or it may be discouragement, the fact that we have tried this before and it did not work as expected. Note what is holding you back in life and throw that shackle away, and you'll be amazed at how much you would accomplish in your life and with your life starting today. Question number 8. Do you owe life, or does life owe you? I have to explain this question. I believe that if your contribution to life is more than you get paid for, life owes you and will find ways of paying you. Life will pay you with good health. Life will pay you with great relationships. Life will pay you with peace of mind and so on. On the other hand, if your contribution to life is less than what you get paid for, you owe life, and life will find ways of collecting from you. And life does that in all kinds of ways. So, do you owe life, or does life owe you? In other words, are you putting in and giving more than you take out of life? If you are taking out more than you put in, life will find a way of destroying or punishing you. If you are contributing more than you take out, life will also reward you. The choice is yours. Question number 9, and this is for the married people listening to me this morning. If all marriages in Ghana were annulled today, would your partner choose to marry you again? If, for instance, Parliament passed a law annulling all marriages in Ghana, and we're all given the chance to either remarry our spouses or move away from them for new spouses, would your spouse, on the basis of your current performance as a spouse, choose you again, or would your spouse breathe a sigh of relief and move on to another person? For the purposes of this question, I assume that you do not have children or any joint investment with your spouse to hold you back. Would you choose your spouse again? And finally, question number 10. And this, I'm flipping the coin, so this is for the unmarried. Would you recommend you to your sibling or to your child to marry? In other words, if you knew someone who had the same attitude and lifestyle like you, someone who acts and behaves exactly like you, would you recommend your sibling or your child to marry that person? In other words, are you the right person for anyone to marry? It is unfortunate that we spend our time looking for the right person to marry instead of focusing on being the right person for anyone to marry. And Mama V, there you have them. 10 questions that can wake us up and give us the right focus in life. God willing, I'll come your way again on Monday. Until then, have a marvelous weekend and stay blessed.
Uncle, have a marvelous
Yes.
weekend too. I'm just going to throw one of your questions out and try and get responses on social media.
Which of them? Which of
Number
them is this?
9. If all marriages were annulled today, will your spouse choose you
Choose
again?
you again?
Hey, this question.
Assuming that you don't have any children between you, and assuming you don't have any joint accounts between you, would your spouse choose you again?
Can you imagine the men right now? Uncle, thank you so much for food for thoughts.
Yeah, God, just have a fantastic weekend.
All right. Have a good one, too. That's Uncle Ibuwai with Food for Thoughts. And I'll throw that question at you. But first, social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa GTP lifestyle, then Malatu from NS Chemist for the effective treatment of malaria in both adult and children. Now, when the pain is too much to bear, grab Rapinol. Rapinol is the rapid pain reliever, also from NS Chemists.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Wake up, have a great day, yeah. With nourishing cowbell premium milk and cowbell Vita Rich, nourishment for you. There's a cowbell milk for you, for you, for you. Cowbell Vita Rich and cowbell premium.
Introducing the new Cowbell Premium Milk, high in protein, and the new Cowbell Vita Rich, enriched with vitamin B9, both so creamy. Now there's a cowbell for you.
Cowbell of creamy goodness.
This advert is FDA approved.
It's 8 a.m. Let's bring you the Business Minutes, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you, Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electric House, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow. Former Finance Minister Setekla is warning that the country could be hit with further cuts in donor supports and grants. This follows projections from the World Bank that Ghana could be classified as an upper middle income country soon. Economist Professor Eriko Sesibe is warning that threats and vulnerabilities still remain strong despite projections of economic recovery for Ghana. The IMF and the World Bank in their latest economic outlook had a favorable forecast for the country for next year. Delta Airlines says it will fly a state-of-the-art Airbus in a non-stop service from Accra to New York effective October 27. And shares in US tech giant Meta have sunk in US after-hours trading despite better-than-expected earnings. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electric House, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
Super Morning Show.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
That's right, and thanks to Daryl and the business team for bringing us the Business Minutes on the Super Morning Show. It comes your way 8 a.m. every weekday, right here on Joy 99.7 FM. And thanks to Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG, we stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital together towards tomorrow. Together, they bring us the Business Minutes. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, we've been talking about them. They sell ultra silent generators from 5 kVA to 2,500 kVA. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generators. They stock genuine spare parts of all kinds for various generators as well. And they do generator rentals. They've got branches nationwide. Their latest branches, though, one is in Amra here. Frames Oil on the main Adenta Road. That's where you find Anointed Engineering Services. Also in East Legon, Lagos Avenue Road, opposite Tomrick Hotel. They are in Tema General Hospital Road, Community 9, just after the overhead. You find Anointed also in Kaswa, which is off the Wager Kaswa Road near Simaf Cement Depot. Or Odoko, they have their big head office at number 77, Anointed House of the Odoko Malam Road. But they also have a hotline, so wherever you are in the country, you can call Anointed on 0243 480 334 0243 480 334. Coming up on the Super Morning Show today.
All right. Draped in the symbolic red, white, green, and black colors of the umbrella, hundreds of NDC sympathizers and party bigwigs.
Us have been around for a while and have experienced the to and fro of politics in Ghana, but never have we experienced the levels of greed, unbridled arrogance, unrestrained impunity, sheer dishonesty, barefaced hypocrisy, incompassion as displayed by this incumbent government. I will share in our collective successes and share responsibility for our setbacks, if any. And at the time of reckoning, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I will not, in the advancement of self-serving ambition, declare to the whole world that I was only the driver's mate. Among the youth, you hear complaints and stories concerning state capture, where this government has chosen to use its power not in the broader interest of all Ghanaians, but to favor a small clique. What is that? John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable.
Aldorin of the running mates of John Dramani Mahama on the ticket of the NDC, Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang. Prof, speaking there yesterday. Listen, what are your thoughts on this one? What was refreshing about yesterday's Aldorin in particular? Join us on social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, A Better Way, A Better Africa, GTP Lifestyle, Malatu from NS Chemist for the effective treatment of malaria in both adult and children. And then when the pain is too much to bear, you know what to grab is Rapinol. Rapinol is a rapid pain reliever, also from NS Chemists.
Well, you know the fraudsters are on the loose again, luring bank customers via phone calls, SMS or emails and defrauding them. They always claim to be bank staff who are assisting you in your banking transactions, and they usually sound so genuine that you could easily fall prey by giving out vital information on your bank account, debit or credit card, based on which they will defraud you. Now, to stay safe, customers are advised never to share password, PIN, OTP, CVV, 16-digit card number, or any other personal information with anyone, whether remotely or face-to-face. It does not matter how convincing, genuine, or professional that person may sound or the message may seem. Avoid any emails or text messages that request you to click a link. Hang up on any caller who starts asking for your personal card or bank account details. Report any suspicious SMS, email, or phone calls to EcoBank Contact Center and delete such messages at once. Always verify third-party apps and websites before using your bank card for transactions. Call EcoBank toll-free on 0800 003 225 when in doubt or feel insecure.
Wake up, good morning, good morning.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Yes, it's the Super Morning Show. We're live here on Joy 99.7 FM, and our big story is brought to you by Telecel, connecting energies. Latest from your partner for life and equity health insurance here for you.
And dreaming of the perfect sofa to upgrade this year? Well, your dream sofa is now a reality at Latest Foam, introducing our sensational V sofa range where comfort meets style at prices that will make your heart skip a beat. Hop into any Latest Foam showroom nationwide to dive into a world of colors and choices, from the sleek L-shaped V sofa at just $3,100 to the complete V sofa for unbeatable $6,500. You have the opportunity to elevate your living space with Latest Foam, your forever partner in comfort and luxury. Hurry, your perfect sofa awaits. Latest Foam, your partner for life.
And you're about to have the world at your fingertips because the wait is finally over. Telecel is here. Now you have everything you want and need. Quick and reliable communication, stress-free money transactions via Telecel Cash. Transforming your big business ideas into success stories with Telecel Business and more. Connect with Telecel and enjoy a world of endless possibilities, because with Telecel, there's no limit to connections. Telecel, connecting energies.
So, in today's competitive business landscape, a healthy workforce is the foundation of success. That's why we've designed our corporate health plans to empower your employees and enhance your organization's performance. With Equity Health Insurance, you're not just investing in insurance, you are investing in the future of your company. Our plans are tailored to meet the unique needs of your employees, providing comprehensive coverage and incomparable benefits. And our commitment goes beyond paperwork and premiums. At Equity Health Insurance, we stay with you all the way. Call us on 0501 515 124 or 0506 607 910, and let's serve you better. Equity Health Insurance, here for you.
So we're discussing the John and Jane ticket. They're going again, but also we're talking about SML because yesterday the presidency released some statements. They've told us what the presidency makes of the investigations that went into the SML GRA deal. Well, a voice very familiar on this particular subject is the Vice President of Imani Africa, Bright Simmons. He's raising questions of accountability and transparency in government dealings, and he says a full report must be placed before the public. So he says, for instance, that the infractions uncovered by the investigation, as indicated by President Akufo-Addo's acknowledgement of the irregularities in awarding the contract to SML, including payments exceeding 1 billion Ghana cedis, raises the inevitable need for further scrutiny of questionable arrangements. We're discussing this matter also here on the Super Morning Show. But what do you make of this? I remember we talked about before the news of the reports came out. We talked about the fact that we wanted the full report so that we can make our minds of what was contained in it. And the suspicion was that government was going to issue some sort of paper on the recommendations, and that's exactly what has happened. Will a full report make a difference?
Well, we need to see the report. And we need to know what KPMG found. We just don't want to see, the presidency saying, okay, this is what KPMG presented to us. In a situation like this, all sides must definitely be heard. And so it will be important, for instance, to know what KPMG found in its investigations. What were the responses that was giving them also by SML, and how they arrived at their conclusions. For the purposes of accountability and transparency, I say make the report available for all to see. And so this is what I have seen. The presidency saying, okay, there's still been some infractions here and there, but you can go ahead with this one. Others have said, oh, no, it didn't do anything. I say, let us see the full report. Let us see the full report. Then when we see the full report, and I've heard Bright Simmons say, a team of tax experts are willing. When we see the full report, then we can actually start a conversation. We'll start a conversation on what it is. So that team that they have that says, no, this is what we have. And I'm sure if you are, KPMG, they've done their job. If you are SML, you also would want to say, but I did this work, and you would also have to show workings, show proof of what you did. So I am all for it. It's not saying that, okay, the president, releases a report that says, okay, I directed the Ministry of, Finance and GRA to do these things on the 18th of, April. And now we're told on the 24th of April that these are directives that have been given already. We want to see that report. We want to interrogate it. We want to ask questions of SML. We want to ask questions of those who think otherwise. At this point in time, I would not be in a hurry to say, based on what KPMG said, certain things could have been done right. A lot of monitoring did not happen. KPMG also says that there's been, some proof of, increase in taxes and increase in volumes because of the work that SML did. We want to see the full report. We want to find out more in all of this.
Do you want a full report, Ray?
Oh, I just when we were told that the report has been submitted to the president and it was soon going to be ready and he was studying it, some of us proposed that he should help us help him study it.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we do it together,
we said that on the show.
Yeah, we said. Listen, we are. This is governance together. This is participatory democracy. Share it with us. Share it with the people who mandated you to be in the office. And I think that's where we are coming from. That we have given you some power to act on our behalf. We just want you to be open with us and transparent with us. Share the report with us. We are not prejudiced. We are not even taking a position now.
Yeah.
We just want to see the full report so that we can all come to some conclusion or disagreement with you. At the end of the day, me, Raymond Akwa, I cannot act on the report. It is the executive leadership of the country that will act on the report. But at least make it open to me so I can agree or disagree with you on some of the things that you have said in there. Because you have history to how reports become something else in the Republic of Ghana. Because there is some underpinning lack of trust between the governed and the governor. So we need to have some clarity to deepen the trust system that's supposed to exist between us. It is in that spirit that we ask for the report to be shared with us so that we can help in studying and coming to some conclusion. Now it appears that one side has finished the studying and actually come to some conclusions. We, the other side, we have seen your results and the things you have shared with us. It is only fair and proper that you share them with us too, because we saw the Ayawasu West Work on Commission report. We saw other. Let's be more transparent with ourselves. This is not a national security report. Nobody dies by you sharing that with us. It will only deepen democracy. It will deepen transparency. It will make us feel that we are part of the project and the power we have given you. You are exercising it completely in our interest and for our benefit. That's why we ask some of these questions. Not because we are prejudiced or we think you cannot be trusted to do what is right at all times, which there is evidence to suggest sometimes happens anyway. But that's not our main focus here. If we all got it today, Kojo would have been saying, oh, well, this conclusion that the presidency comes to, I do not think that should be how we should go about this. This part, it explains it this way. This procedure that KPMG says should have been used, maybe we disagree with it. Like those who are saying that there are other people who may have other thoughts on it. I've seen Bemboachi say that there are some incongruous. That's a word I heard for the first time when Ababa was local Nook's president of Lagos some time ago. He used it, incongruous. The incongruity ought to be clarified. So if something is incongruous with the findings are incongruous with the recommendations, we should be able to get an understanding of why that is being
that's
so that
fair.
So that we can come to some conclusions on it. But if you make us fly blind or fly with partial information, sometimes it becomes difficult for people to appreciate it. Then which we are supposed to let people appreciate the thing better. You see that thing? Yeah. So office of the president, just share the report or leak it. Leak it inadvertently.
But you can make that happen.
Yes.
Look,
there was a time in this country that there were professional interceptors of documents. Yeah, I've intercepted this one. I've intercepted this one. Oh, this English.
They are still there. They just stopped intercepting.
Maybe they'll intercept one of these ones and share it with us, right? Don't let us force you with RTI to make it public.
So I'll be quick. You see, the president announced to the whole nation that he had ordered an audit. He didn't have to, but he did. Because he felt that the nation needed to know he was taking action. But now that the audit has been, the report has been delivered to him, he shouldn't stop. He should continue with the same energy.
We still want to know.
We still want to know everything. Okay, I mean, you've taken action. We can't tell you what action to take. You are the president. You have the power to take whatever action you wish to take, and you've already decided what action you're going to take. That's fine. But are you afraid of criticism? Are you scared that we are going to look at the report and say you could have done better? Why are you afraid of that? And why are you missing the opportunities to actually win the confidence of your people?
Yeah.
Why are you missing the opportunity? You see, what is
Low
going to
hanging fruit.
Exactly. What is going to happen now is that even though you've done work, because he's done work, that report shows that they have made some recommendations. Even though you've done something, people still feel like you haven't done enough because we don't know. You got the report, read it, and came to tell us what you want us to know from the report.
Yeah.
You must understand that it will not go down well. So he's missed an opportunity. So it's not too late.
All right.
Give it to us. And let's all talk about. Don't be afraid of criticism.
All
I mean,
right.
baby.
Well, the last thing I want to say on this is costs, really, because I remember when the audit started, the question of why isn't the audit service conducting this audit? So how much did government spend on this audit, this KPMG audit? That's also one thing that I want to know.
Yes, well, the issue, of course. But the other point, why I think that a report must be made public, because I've had some people actually. Even within, say that SML itself is not happy with the findings of KPMG.
Okay.
Yes. Now, if you make the report available,
We can challenge it.
they can challenge it.
Right.
All of us would read it, and then we will make our own mind. We'll determine. We'll give everybody, those of us in the media, will give everybody a chance. If you are SML, tell your story. If you are civil society organization believing that this is not the right thing, tell us why. Then we can come to an understanding. Because look, we just cannot say that, this one they've not started, so you may want to review it. This one should continue at a fixed fee or instead of a variable fee. Let's all of us understand what really went into all of these things, and let's give all sides the benefit now to tell their story.
All right. Okay, guys. Uncle Ibawai talked about the power of questions, right? And then he raised some 10 questions. I'm particularly interested in question 9. So I'm going to ask you. And I'm throwing this out to all of you. Please get in touch with us. 055-111-1997. That's our WhatsApp number. Also reach us on X. And when you post at the hashtag JoySMS. So if all marriages were annulled today, will your spouse choose you again? And there are some underlying conditions. You have no joint investment or anything like that. There are no kids. So nothing is holding you back.
Otis Biniko.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're asking whether my spouse will choose me. So call her and ask her.
A man has avoided the question by saying,
Okay,
yes.
No, but that's the question she asked.
Yeah, but you're asking of the other person.
Yes, so why would I answer?
No, that's fair. So now I'm asking, have you
Radio doesn't
have you
speak
answered
twice.
that? Have you answered that?
Radio doesn't speak
I'm
twice.
attaching myself to Winston's answer.
All right, that's just the first part of it. Kojo?
Part 2.
Will you choose your spouse again?
This is subject to review. It's subject to review.
What are you
This
talking about?
is the first time that you guys have gone quiet on radio.
Wow. Nobody's gone quiet on. Hey, but why?
Hey!
Okay, you two answer the question first. Let's start from you. Yeah. Charity begins at home.
So, Kojo, there's another. The
No.
last question.
Hey, charity begins at home.
I am in the seat.
Hey,
I'm
please,
asking the
please,
question.
Why is there a reason why you don't want to answer the question?
But I have asked you the question. You haven't answered.
The question you asked doesn't apply to me.
No, but I've got I have a question
Before
that's
you ask
applicable
me,
to you.
answer the one you asked first.
Winston is
I'm
going to go ahead.
I'm going to answer.
Yes. Don't do analysis. Just go straight to the point.
Why? Are we in a law court?
He will do analysis. You know he will.
Are we in a law court?
Don't
you appreciate the
just be
importance
quick.
of answering questions?
Honorable member, please.
I will choose her again.
Amen.
Now answer yours, Mama V.
Hey, it took you how long to answer
It
that?
didn't take me how long? Answer yours.
Please, silence is golden. Now,
Okay,
Mama
here's
V.
a question to you.
No, answer
Mama,
yours
answer.
first.
No, we're asking
then
you.
you can
Would
come
you?
to me.
Oh, I'm asking the questions.
No,
lah.
yours first.
Answer it.
You have to answer my question.
Hey,
I have answered your question.
I hope
Answer my question
somebody
too.
at home whose name rhymes with Smowusu
Would you?
Smabwaji
Would you?
is listening.
Koje Yansing,
Yes,
would
Auntie.
you recommend you, Koje Yansing, to your siblings or your child, right, to marry
100%, they would be lucky. They would be lucky to have a man like me. I pray they find men like me. And if they find men who are not like me, I'll help them to become like me.
Raymond just
Amen.
swept the question and he's out of the
he's
studio.
here, he's here.
Very convenient. But we have some good news for
Mama,
you.
before we continue with the good news, can you answer the question
Good
yourself?
news. A highly
She's
reputable...
in the chair.
Thank you.
Now I know
You
the answer.
understand.
Now I know the answer.
So now we know.
I know the answer.
Now we know the
I'll
answer.
think for you.
Oh.
The fact that you don't want to answer is an answer.
You know...
we will accept your
you
first
guys
answer.
will not intimidate me.
Honorable chair.
Yeah, man. I am in the seats. I'm presiding.
General Putin.
But listen, we've got some good news. This is for immediate employment. A highly reputable organization is seeking to engage the services of a highly qualified MEP engineer. That's MEP engineer. Should be bilingual, French and English. He or she could be a mechanical or electrical engineer with good knowledge in mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. Should be someone who knows the French NFC standards to complete electrical assurance tests on construction sites. The place of operation will be Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire. Please call this number if you fit this description: 055 253 4582. 055 253 4582 or info@arkprojectci.com, and I have to spell that out. So it's info@arkprojectci.com. That's the good news that we have, and could just go and go over that again.
Absolutely. St. John's Hospital and Fertility Center is what I want to tell you about.
Okay, all right.
Yes. We'll go over that other one later.
Sure.
But St. John's Hospital and Fertility Center is organizing a free medical health screening on all surgical conditions. Okay, so that includes groin swellings, scrotal swellings, swellings in any other part of the body, breast lumps, bleeding per rectum, that's kuku, and so many others. Okay, so this is happening on the 27th of April, the 30th of April, and on the 2nd of May and 4th of May 2024 at the St. John's Hospital and Fertility Center. Now, this place is at Tantra Hill roundabout, adjacent the Goyle filling station. It's from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. each of these days. St. John's Hospital and Fertility Center, the skill to heal, the heart to care.
Happy birthday to Priscilla Adams of Innov Solutions Limited. Wishing you a fantastic day filled with joy, laughter, and all the wonderful things you deserve. May this year be your best one yet. It's from Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Here's another one going out to you, Madam Eno Oforiata. On this special day, we wish you the very best of everything. God bless your new age abundantly, as from friends and associates to you. A glorious birthday to Vida Owusu Brookman with the Ministry of Interior HR Directorate from Kwejo Nyako to you, Vida Owusu Brookman. Enjoy your birthday today. Here's another one. Wish one of our biggest spenders a happy birthday. A glorious happy birthday to Mr. Arnold Ahin of Art Direct. It's from Max Pressler and all your friends at the Multimedia Group. Mrs. Eno Foriata, yes, Deputy CEO of ADB. Happy birthday to you, ma'am. It's from all of us here at the Multimedia Group. All right, 26 minutes after 8. I know that you have some birthday messages.
I
Could you?
do. Yes. Just a couple of them before we move on. Let's start with this one. It says, please wish my boss happy birthday. She's Ernestina Dankwa, head of HR for First National Bank Ghana. It's from Ajua Boating-Ado and the entire HR team. Happy birthday to Princella Adams of Innove Solutions Limited. I hope I've said that right. And this one is from Muftau Nabila Abdullahi. This is a greeting, not a birthday wish, to Mrs. Barbara Barnes from Parkwesi Barnes. Happy birthday to, this is a big one, Moro Awudu of Metro TV, turns 46 today. Yes.
Happy birthday, Mo.
Happy birthday to
No,
Mo.
he's not a small boy at all. Happy
man.
birthday.
He's a very big man.
He's just handsome, you know?
Yeah.
And today is the birthday of my very
no,
good friend, Sifas Bani. It was my mate in Maoli School. So happy birthday to you, Sifas Bani. Bunny. And also a glorious happy birthday to Vida Usu Brookman.
Done.
It's done. Okay, so I can do this one. Happy birthday to John Sunny Thomas, who is Chief Executive Officer of Energy. May the good Lord continue to shower his blessings upon your life and that of your household at this point of your life. And this is coming from Gordon Sa, who's national organizer, APAM Secondary School Old Students Association.
Okay, now guys, this one we are supposed to do it big, so this is a public announcement. Anybody who knows Grace Koko Obapa Gershon, wherever she is right now, she's the communication manager at ECG head office. Whoever knows her, who has her in their sites, rush up to her and give her a hug right now because it's her birthday. All right, hugs for Grace all day long. Happy birthday to you, and this is a special wish coming to you from our very own David Akweta at Love FM.
Wake up, good morning, good morning.
You listening to me on the radio. I know exactly what you need, and I go sort you out. But first, a quick introduction. Me be the connection man. I'll make things happen. Whether it be business, fashion, or the latest trend in town, I go connect you. I know when people connect, big things they happen. I am the plug to your plug. Anything you want, that's sort. I go show you where options they line them up for you. You want download or you want stream? Link up. I got you. I conquer everywhere. From circle to KJT. Yakuma to Navrongo. Jiosu to Kita. Techima to Kumbungu. I'll be the link between you and the next big opportunity. It be me where I go connect you, make it happen. Oh, you want to know my name? I am Telecel.
Switch to Telecel for the best value voice and data services and connect to the things that matter. Connecting dreams, connecting goals, connecting passions.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Cadbury Rechoco is now available in a new pack. You would love the fresh new look. It's a vibe. Cadbury Rechoco supports the energy to keep you going. Kickstart your day the Ghanaian way, wherever the day will take you, with a cup of delicious, creamy, smooth Rechoco. Cadbury Rechoco, rich taste, rich identity. This advert is FDA approved.
Waikari Capital. We are a multinational fund management company regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Our aim is to help our customers thrive by enabling them to achieve their lifetime financial goals while investing their funds in ways that create a positive future for them, their families, and their businesses. In this way, we help them to create the best life. Speak to us today. Call us on 050-157-7546 or 050-157-7547. Visit www.waikaricapital.com. Waikari Capital. Together towards tomorrow.
Hey, Cashman.
Yeah.
Don't you know Nana has assembled all of us and you are here making calls?
My generator is spoiled too. So I'm calling a renowned Ghanaian company with an excellent track record in the sales and repairs of generator sets in Accra to come and repair for me.
Is it Anointed Electricals?
Yeah.
Anointed Electricals deals in quality and genuine generators with high fuel efficiency. We also rent generators.
They sell quality generators from 10 kVA to 2,500 kVA. They have spare parts of other generators and can repair every faulty generator set even if you didn't buy from them.
Look, now we don't have any electrical problem in Accra.
How?
Because Anointed Electricals is right here at East Legon, Lagos Avenue, opposite Tomrick Hotel. And that's why Nana is calling us.
Okay.
Yes. If you want to buy a brand new generator or repair the old one, visit Anointed Electricals. Or if you are within Accra, call our hotline 0246 423 534 or call 0243 480 334.
They have qualified and dedicated men on 24-hour after sales service. Then let's go and listen to Nana. Let's go.
Gosh, after giving you the hint, won't you give me anything?
Anointed, the generator experts.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
6 from DJ Ubeti. That's the Lost Boys with Renee. And oh goodness, what time is it? It's just about 8:37, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Well, it's time for us to kick our conversation into gear. Of course, a couple of things have happened. We've now had the outdooring of the running mate on the NDC ticket, Professor Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang. We need to talk about that. So we'll be joined by Felix Kwakye Ofosu, former special aide to former President Mahama, and Dr. Antoinette Tsibudako, who is the executive director of the Dankwa Institute and deputy general secretary of the NPP. Okay, two of them will help us do analysis on that and other issues, including SML and so forth, right? So we're getting into that in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. But first, a highly reputable organization is seeking to engage the services of a highly qualified MEP engineer. They should be bilingual, that's French and English, and they should be a mechanical or electrical engineer. They could be a mechanical or electrical engineer with good knowledge in mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. They should be someone who knows the French NFC standards to complete electrical assurance tests on construction sites. The place of operation will be Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, and you need to call this number if you're interested, 0552 534 582, and or you can email info@arcprojectci.com. arcprojectci.com, and project is KT at the end instead of CT. Yeah. All right, good luck.
All right, so Champion Carbolic Soap, popularly known as Guardian Soap, is now 4 Ghana cedis for 1 bar. Unilever Ghana's Champion Carbolic Soap is and has always been your skin's guardian against germs that cause most skin diseases. No need to wait. Grab your Champion Carbolic Soap at only 4 Ghana cedis. It's widely available at all major retail shops and local convenience stores near you. Champion Carbolic Soap, Guardian Dadanoa.
Let's say a quick good morning to Shirley Tony Kum of Vivo Energy, and that's followed up with a related question. How do you keep your car in the premium league with Shell Helix Ultra Zero W20 SP, specially formulated with a unique Shell Pure Plus technology that actively helps keep engines clean? Because everyone knows premium rolls best with premium. Shell Helix Ultra Zero W20 SP provides unsurpassed wear and sludge protection, leaves your pistons cleaner than a whistle, up to 50% more than the industry standard, and enhances the fuel economy. Shell Helix Ultra Zero W20 SP is designed to be safe for the environment with a significant reduction in carbon emissions. Premium does roll best with premium, and Shell Helix Ultra SP Zero W20 is the one for your premium car. Get Shell Helix Ultra Zero W20 SP to keep your engine purring. Shell Helix Ultra Zero W20 SP, made for premium.
Now you're looking for a freight forwarding company to handle both your inbound and outbound shipments? Then look no further, because IAX FedEx offers a wide variety of international freight services, which include air freight, sea freight, weightless container load, or full container load, customs clearance and documentation. And their international operations link more than 200 countries, supported by extensive domestic networks in all key markets, and offer a range of fast and direct freight services to suit your needs. They are dedicated staff who have in-depth knowledge in local customs clearance processes and procedures. IAX FedEx pre-finances freight pickups to an agreed threshold for their clients. Terms and conditions have applied. Please contact them now for free consultation on international freight services and customs clearance processes. Call them on 0501605000 or 0501631000. With IAS Ghana, your freight is family secure.
All right, quick happy birthday to Lady Diana Sakunete from your daughter Shirley Nakoa Kwashi, and a happy first birthday to Clive Cyril Nibote Ninepence. It's a lovely name, and that's from your mom, your dad, and the entire family. All right, when we come back, Professor Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang outdoored with some punches to analyze Dr. Antoinette Tsibudako and Felix Kwakye Ofosu after these.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts as Adansi Travels and Joy FM are about to take you on an adventure of a lifetime. Imagine yourself soaring high with your favorite drive time program in the heart of South Africa. Starting from the 3rd of June, join me, Lexus Bill, and the Drive Time team as we dive into the soul of South Africa. Starting at an exclusive promo rate of $1,390, you get to choose your adventure. Whether it's the urban pulse of Joburg or the thrilling Sun City, we've got you covered. But wait, there's more. Be part of history and join us at the Legends and Legacy Ball at the Santin Convention Center, celebrating the iconic Yvonne Chaka Chaka. Call Adansi Travels now on 0595 500 817 or visit www.adansitravels.com to secure your spot. Remember, it's more than a journey. It's an experience that will stay with you forever.
Are you a corporate organization, e-commerce business, individual or student looking for a trusted courier company where you can track your package and receive SMS alerts to keep you posted? At IAS FedEx, we move your documents and parcels with care to the destination of your choice. With offices across the nation, we happily deliver your package to your office or the comfort of your home. With the assurance of safety and affordability giving you peace of mind, IAS FedEx has your package in good hands. Call us on +233 501 605,000 or +233 501 631,000. IAS, licensee of FedEx.
Let me tell you about My King. Always looking out for the family and making sure we have the protection we need. Mine has been caring for our family from generation to generation. Let me tell you, mine makes sure I smile always. Mine makes sure we save money.
Abba, these women are at it again. Is it your husband you are speaking so highly of?
Oh no, we are talking about the new Pepsodent 200 grams.
It's the Pepsodent Kokroko promo. This is the Pepsodent 175 grams you have always loved. Now with an additional 25 grams free for cavity protection and 10 times stronger teeth for your entire family. Grab yours now. This advert is FDA approved.
Hey, welcome back to work.
Charlie, thanks, bro. Thanks,
the
bro.
malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Hey, fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and fufu?
How we go do it?
I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Oh, yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Sharp. Anyway, sorry to ruin your excitement, but your boss asked of you.
Okay.
She says she has plenty work for you.
No problem, Charlie. Strength day.
You see,
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing Artemether and Lumefantrine. Comes in tablet and suspension for the effective treatment of malaria in adults and children. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor. Malatu is manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
There is time for everything, including exclusive breastfeeding by mothers, which starts within the first 30 minutes baby is born till the time the child is 6 months old. Grandma,
Grandpa,
husbands.
Let's all come on board Good Life and insist that our child takes only breast milk for the first 6 months. No food, no water, no gripe water.
Breast milk has all the nutrients the child needs to grow strong and healthy. So I ask, how is your good life?
Remember that exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months is best for baby, and good growth starts with right nutrition at birth. Good Life, live it well. It's an everyday thing. Good Life from Ghana Health Service and partners with support from USAID.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best on Joy 99.7 FM.
Alright for Ghana, a patron of the land, for weather and seek your future. Development our good, from vision to vision, the end is surely.
Draped in the symbolic red, white, green, and black colors of the umbrella, hundreds of NDC sympathizers and party bigwigs gather here at the UPSA auditorium in Accra to witness the outdooring of Professor Naana Opoku Agyemang as running mate to John Dramani Mahama.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang.
Rolling out her vision to party faithfuls and Ghanaians, Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang did not shy away from taking a swipe at government.
I will not, in the advancement of self-serving ambition, declare to the whole world that I was only the driver's mate. I don't know about you, but the image I get looking at that hole is a trench in utter shock that anyone could believe it was intended as a Thanksgiving gift to the Almighty, invisible, God only wise. The reports will go on to point at housing projects, including the famous Saglemi housing complex, and even those that somebody has happily raised to make room for a presumed.
Knowing the role Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is playing as head of the economic management team and lead on government digitization agenda and what may be expected of the next Vice President, former President John Dramani Mahama explains what the exact job description of his Vice President will be.
Under my administration, she will have oversight, among others, of the education sector, the health sector, gender and social protection.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang says the next NDC administration will deal with all corrupt government officials.
John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable. And my friends, this is not a threat, it is a promise.
As to whether this second John and Jane ticket will deliver victory for the NDC come December 7, 2024, the race has just begun. James Abeji, Joy News.
Yeah, so that's what went down yesterday at UPSA when Professor Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang was outdoored by the NDC as the running mate to former President John Mahama. Let's talk about it. To help us with that, here in the studio, Dr. Antoinette Tsibudako is Executive Director of the Dankwa Institute. She also happens to be the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP. Doc, it's a pleasure to meet you. Good morning.
Good morning, Kojo. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. On the phones, he needs very little introduction. Felix Kwachi Ofosu is former special aide to John Dramani Mahama. Felix, it's good to have you on the show. Good morning.
Good morning. Except that I am still special aide to John Dramani Mahama.
Of course you are. Yes. Thank you for the correction. Thank you. Okay. So listen, let's get straight into it. I'm dying to hear your thoughts, Dr. Tsibudako. The NDC has chosen a female running mate, and she came out fighting yesterday. Surely that must have been quite gratifying to see.
I don't think for me it's surprising. The NDC chose Prof in 2020, and I was hoping for for them to be consistent, you know, and commitment, because I will not deny the fact that I have an academic link with her or an academic, bond with her. I see her at functions and I speak to her. She's a professor. So for me, it's good. Yeah. I don't think my comment on that will be, it is more about her speech, what we both stand for, and etc. I think that's where I differ a lot.
Well, she had lots to say, throwing some punches here and there, talking about how she will never describe herself as a driver's mate. Talked about the gaping hole that is that should have been the National Cathedral, and many other issues. If you want to take them one by one, I'm happy to hear your initial thoughts on what she had to say.
So my initial thoughts on what Professor Jane had to say is about the fact that you go to your track record. When you are promising people things, you look at your track record and you ask yourself, will you be able to deliver? And when I look at excerpts from professors handing notes in 2017, I see a lot of deficiencies and I see a lot of issues. And perhaps we should speak to how she's going to fix those things, or if she comes back, will not repeat those things. And then you can talk about what you are now promising the good people of Ghana. So when you are a minister and you don't look at things like feeding grants, you leave it unpaid. For me, even the part that, and as a researcher, I do a lot of research on persons with disability, where you don't give feeding grant to special schools, that is schools for deaf and dumb, from 2014 to 2016, that's 2 whole years of denying persons with disability their grant money. When you look at capitation grant that wasn't paid 2014 to 2016, school supplies 2014 to 2016, the government owed supplies. These are things that existed in your time, and you are speaking to the fact that you do more things. Okay, tell us also that you will make sure that some of these things that happened during your time as minister will not be repeated. We seem to want to keep a track record of what people have done. And of course, the jab and the pointing to the fact that I will not be a driver's mate. I think that is very highly opinionated. It depends on you and how you see yourself as coming in. Perhaps Professor has had a lot of discussion with flag bearer ex-President John Mahama, and they have discussed this thing about the fact that when they come, he's going to make her take the lead. You see, we need to be very clear and specific about what our Constitution says. Our Constitution gives executive and absolute power to the President. Decision making is the bane of the President. But if the President is going to come and step aside and say that he's going to give power and absolute authority and executive powers to his Vice President, but and that's what gives. Is that what they said? She says she won't be a driver's mate and that she will be the one who will make decisions and take on and etc. I don't know if that is stemming from the fact that there's been some exchange or whatever it is. But in my opinion, we also need to be very careful about how strongly we come out. At the end of the day, my research and my posts, I mean, I've done a lot of research, both looking at socioeconomic factors that influences voter choices and etc. One of the things that I have come to realize is the presidential candidate is the one who determines the voter's choice at the end of the day. A lot of reasons for vice presidential candidates being a part of the whole campaign and everything, I've come to realize it's more about party faithful. So to keep your base, to re-energize your base. That's why the vice presidential candidate is not an elected position. You know, it's about really party support, party faithful, party who would party accept the person, would, you know. So at the end of the day, when you see voters' choices, I don't see why, you know, the emphasis on voter choices vis-a-vis vice presidential candidate has become such a huge debate.
The NPP had a vice presidential candidate who was credited with being very influential in your victory of 2016, Dr. Bawumia. It is suggested that he really made the difference.
It is suggested, it is researched, it is proven.
Does that not... So are you saying that research suggests or research points to the fact that Dr. Bawumia made no difference?
Dr. Bawumia made a difference, and that's why I asked you that is it suggested, it is researched, or it is proven?
So what does your research tell us? Did he make a difference or not?
He made a difference. Okay. He made a huge difference. And as I said, the difference is in your party base. So you know that for every party, or what research shows is that there's strong determinants of voter choices, party affiliation, campaign promises. Of course, the candidates is always a thing. Now, looking at these three factors, party faithful, whenever you look at, you disaggregate the variable party faithful and why party faithful's acceptance of who the candidates are, both at the parliamentary level and at the presidential level, is such a strong determinant. So that's what I'm speaking to. That when you take vice presidents within your party, it's always a strong determinant. So Professor Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang, acceptable in the NDC, is a strong determining factor. That's what I'm speaking to. Right. Same as it occurred for us,
Okay. Let's bring in Felix Kwachi Ofosu. Felix, I think before we heard Prof yesterday, there are many who might have thought that she didn't have this in her. We certainly didn't see this in the last campaign. What changed?
Well, nothing has changed. I'm also not sure what exactly is meant by we didn't think she has this in her. Essentially, yesterday, she spoke about the state of our country and what it is that she thinks the NDC must do to improve the situation. So perhaps what has changed is the extent of deterioration in the quality of life, in the governance of our country. And so perhaps highlighting it in a more frontal and robust fashion is what has got people talking. Before I proceed any further, I think it's important to respond briefly to some of the things that Dr. Chibudakun has raised.
Briefly, please.
It is clear that she is channeling MPP speaking points on Professor Opoku Agyemang. I've seen a number of them flying about. And when you read what they say are negatives associated with Professor Opoku Agyemang, and you relate that to the current situation, with the greatest respect to Dr. Chibudakun and the MPP, it pales into complete insignificance. So they speak about some areas here or some areas there. They say, for instance, that there were some areas with a capitation grant 2 years. To begin with, I am surprised that anybody in the MPP who has an understanding of governance would even attempt to hold Professor Opoku Agyemang with these things. To begin with, there is no minister in government that makes payments. It is a duty of the finance ministry to mobilize resources and pay for government commitments. So when you say that the Minister of Education has not paid capitation grants, that is completely false. You understand me? The second point is that there has never been a time where government has not had arrears to pay. So 1 or 2 years arrears is something that you will find in every government. When the MPP leaves office, I am absolutely certain that we will find arrears running into several years. However, if you compare the education sector today to what Professor Opoku Agyemang left, you find that she had a much, much better track record than the MPP can point to. For instance, under the MPP, capitation grants have been in arrears for up to 4 years, in some instances 8 terms. They were unable to print textbooks to cover the new curricula that they themselves introduced. For up to 4 years, for 4 straight years, they had not printed textbooks. Your station has been at the forefront of highlighting the plight of school children who do not have access to desks to sit on. I have seen some of the very harrowing pictures that you put out. At the last reckoning, and I read the report put out by 8 education-related civil society organizations, and they point out that up to about 1.3 million Ghanaian school children do not have access to desks to sit on. And so they sit either on cement blocks on the bare floor or lie on their stomach to receive instruction. She speaks about arrears owed to food suppliers. Only a few months ago, we saw how caterers and food suppliers stormed the buffer stock company in demand for hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis owed them in arrears because government had failed to pay. Today we see the problems associated with senior high school education, where the children are simply unable to get adequate feeding. And I could go on and on and on and on. So for any MPP communicator to think that the way to take the shine off what happened yesterday is to recount minor setbacks under the NDC.
Felix,
and hello.
Yeah, you characterize them as minor, but it sounds to me like what you're saying is, yes, she didn't make these payments, but it's not as bad as your opponent. So you admit that
the Minister of Education, that is important because you are sitting on a station that is supposed to educate the public. The Minister of Education does not make payments.
Right, let's actually educate the public, Felix.
Yes.
Are you saying that ministers have no say in which of the bills of their sector get paid? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I have been in government, because I'm sure you followed governance. And anybody who has done that knows that if you say that the Minister of Education has not made payments, it is not an accurate statement to make. Understand me? No minister makes payment, because the way government functions, it is the finance ministry that gathers resources and meets government's commitments. No sector minister does payments. So the Minister of Education does not pay teachers, for instance. The Minister of Health does not pay health workers. So it is the Ministry of Finance that does that.
Yes.
So if you go and write sticking points and say that Professor Opoku Agyemang has not paid teachers, it is not an accurate statement. That is what you call propaganda.
Right.
It is important that we are accurate and specific
in fact,
the claims that we make.
It is important that we are accurate, Felix. So in the interest of accuracy, what Dr. Tsibu Dako said was that in Professor Opoku Agyemang's handover notes, these items were not paid for. Now I'm asking you, are you saying that ministers have no say in which bills of their sector get paid?
The way government works is this. There is a ministry that is charged with mobilizing government resources. Once they do that, they must allocate these resources to various ministries to undertake their projects. So the sector minister, say Minister of Education, Minister of Health, they are not the ones who pay. That is why when people get their salaries, it comes from the Controller and Accountant General's department, because they are an agency under the Finance Ministry that does those payments. So it is not accurate to say that the Minister of Education has not paid teachers, for instance, or has not paid caterers, for instance. But of course, once she is superintending the ministry and she is leaving office, she will indicate in the handing over notes that these arrears are outstanding. Dr. Tsibu Dako knows this. It is such a basic concept and principle in governance that we don't have to belabor it at all. The other issue I'm making is that as for arrears, every government will leave arrears, because the way government works itself is such that bills pile up to a point before they are paid. But if you want to see whether one minister performed better than the other, you look at the extent of the arrears. Because arrears of 7 million Ghana cedis cannot be the same as arrears of 350 million Ghana cedis, for instance. If you tell me that capitation grants have not been paid for 2 terms, that is not the same as having capitation grants not paid for between 6 to 8 terms. When Professor Opoku Agyemang was Education Minister, she supplied textbooks. In fact, she made sure that at basic level, each student had access to 4 textbooks. Under the NPP, for 4 years, they were unable to print textbooks to give to basic school pupils. So her record at the Education Ministry is stellar. It is far better than anything this government is doing. So I needed to clarify that for you. The other issue too about whether or not her statement about not being the mate is the right thing to say. It's something that we need to ponder over. To begin with, Dr. Bawumia's effort to project himself as a mate to the president was steeped in dishonesty and a lack of integrity. And you rightly pointed out to Dr. Tsibu Dako that Dr. Bawumia was influential in the campaign. No, he was not just influential in the campaign. In fact, he was presented by both the then flag bearer, President Akufo-Addo, and himself as the panacea to our economic difficulties. Once they came into government, he was elevated to the position of the head of the economic management team, which is the team that formulates and supervises the implementation of government's economic policy. And then, in the course of this administration, both President Akufo-Addo, multiple MPP leaders, and Dr. Bawumia himself have sought to credit him with what they claim to be gains made in the management of the economy at some point. So when the economy tanks, and we have a situation where it is on the verge of collapse, we default on our debts, the Ghana cedi dollar exchange ratio goes out of control, so that today you will need 14 cedis to get $1. We have a situation where we have hyperinflation, which at some point stood at 54%. We have a situation where interest rates are over 30%. We have a situation where our credit ratings have plummeted. And we have a situation where we have failed to pay 1.3 million domestic bondholders. Dr. Bawumia cannot suddenly turn around and claim that he knows nothing about these developments and that he was merely taking instruction from the president and so cannot be held accountable. The day he did that, he told the people of Ghana that he lacks the requisite integrity and the ability to take responsibility such that he cannot be entrusted with the presidency of this country. That is the point that Professor Opoku Agyemang sought to make yesterday. As for the fact that the president wields executive power, everybody knows it. But we were not the ones who told Dr. Bawumia himself and President Akufo-Addo to tell us that it was he who was going to manage the Ghanaian economy. So if we have this knowledge at the back of our minds and the economy goes into a state of complete disarray, it is appropriate that we hold Dr. Bawumia accountable. Now, what you would have expected him to do was to take responsibility for the problems so that if he goes forward to put out what he perceives to be solutions that he can apply to addressing them, then he can be taken seriously. But if he takes flight, does not want to be held accountable for what has happened, and tries to put a distance between himself and the very government that he is the number 2 man in, he will create an integrity deficit for himself. Look at the issue of e-levy, for instance. When the e-levy was passed, for up to 2 to 3 years, Dr. Bawumia remained silent. He did not offer a whimper as to whether or not he disagreed or not. The moment he decided to contest to become MPU flag bearer, he suddenly realizes that he must indicate that he disagrees with the levy, and then he promises that he will scrap it. Meanwhile, he is the head of an economic management team that has imposed scores of taxes on the Ghanaian people, and this is creating a huge burden for many Ghanaian households. So the issue of mates to a driver is one that Dr. Bawumia brought upon himself, and he has done considerable damage to his own reputation. Okay. The final point I want to raise before perhaps you come in again is the issue of whether or not Professor Opoku Agyemang made a difference in 2020 or will make a difference going forward. One just needs to look at the results of the 2020 elections to realize what significant gains the NDC made. In fact, the performance we put up in 2020, although it fell short of our expectation, we wanted to win. Indeed, there are those who believe that we actually won, but for some manipulations that were against us. But if you look at the results as put up by the East, you find that for the first time, a party that had gone into opposition for just 4 years was able to claw back such substantial ground as to almost take control of parliament. In 2016, we had a deficit of around 900,000. We closed that to 500,000. In the central region where Professor Opoku Agyemang hails from, when we went into the 2020 elections, we had only 4 parliamentary seats. At the time the elections were over, this had moved to 13. So these are significant jumps in our fortune.
But how do you know how much of this is down to Professor Opoku Agyemang? How do you know?
Well, I know that I was a candidate in the elections in 2020 in the Aviation constituency. So I'm aware of the work that she did in the central region to shore up our parliamentary votes. And it's reflected in the results that we had. Now, let me talk about Dr. Bawumia. Dr. Sibudakon spoke about Dr. Bawumia's acceptability within the MPP vis-a-vis that of Professor Opoku Agyemang. Now, at the time that Dr. Bawumia became MPP running mate, he did not even have a party card. And this is a matter that we are all familiar with. Indeed, the likes of Kenya Japan and co. mounted strong resistance to Dr. Bawumia's nomination because they contended that he was not a member of the MPP. In fact, if you look at the results of the MPP primaries held last November, you find that there are significant questions that emerged over Dr. Bawumia's own gravitas within the MPP. Because this was the establishment candidate who had substantial support and resources from the establishment. In other words, the government machinery. And yet, he failed to pull even 55% in the votes. And this raises substantial doubts about his own acceptability within his party. Because what you have is that, if you look at President Akufo-Addo, for instance, he pulled in excess of 90% of the votes in the last primaries that he stood before he became president. I think in 2014 or so. But the same cannot be said of Dr. Bawumia at this particular moment. Professor Opoku Agyemang and the polls show that an overwhelming majority of NDC supporters endorsed her candidacy. That's why there was little to no resistance when she was nominated, especially once again to run as the running mate to President Mahama in the 2024 election. So there's no doubt about Professor Opoku Agyemang's suitability and acceptability.
Felix, you're comparing somebody who was appointed a running mate to somebody who was elected a flag bearer. What's the correlation?
Yeah, but again, of course, the only way you know that the person has acceptability is the performance he puts up when presented to party folk for endorsement as flag bearer. And the reason why I raised that point was to debunk the theory propounded by Dr. Sibu Dakon that somehow Dr. Bawumia has widespread support within the NPP.
Then he should have got zero. I mean, Felix, you are comparing peaches and oranges here. I'm surprised at you. I wish you would put Professor to the poll.
But
you are actually retracting now.
He was never going to get zero in the election.
No, hold on a second. Felix, my question is, if you look at Dr. Bawumia's 61% that you talk about, he's had more percentage of votes than any NPP flag bearer aspirant on the first try, isn't it?
No, but Winston,
Felix,
we are talking about a candidate who is seen or was seen as the establishment candidate, the one that the entire government machinery backed. We are also talking about the expanded delegates base of the MPP. In previous times, you had about 1,300, 1,500 people gathered in one place, and this was creme de la creme, who then decided who became flag bearer. As since the MPP delegates base was expanded, at least after 2014, if I'm not mistaken, you find that President Akufo-Addo got overwhelming support from MPP delegates. In one election, I think he got about 92 or 93%.
94% in 2014.
Absolutely. In fact, in 2020, nobody dared to contest him. But the same cannot be said of Dr. Bawumia.
He was a sitting president.
Yes. Well, fine, no problem. But there was nothing that prevented anybody from contesting him. So to the extent that nobody wanted to do that showed that he had widespread acceptability within the MPP. But if you have a situation where a vice president who has been the man in charge of the economy for 8 years steps up to contest for the flag bearership slot of the MPP, he has substantial support from the government machinery. Just about every key government official was lending support to him. We know that by extension, he also came by enormous resources. And yet, when delegates of the MPP were made to decide between him and others, he could not pull even 63, 64%. It means that almost 40% of MPP delegates do not think that Dr. Bawumia merits that slot.
Okay.
And I'm talking about the expanded base, not the previous arrangements where only a few people were selected to go and vote for the flag bearer. So it shows that Dr. Bawumia has a significant deficit in terms of acceptability within the MPP rank and file. Right. And that is the point that I am making.
Okay, Felix. Let's come back into the studio. And Doc, I know you'll probably want to respond to a few things. I have a question of my own as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
One of the things that is quite interesting about our current situation, I mean, it must really upset, party officials like yourself, that after almost 8 years in power, our country is in a situation where the party we rejected 8 years ago seems to be able to generate such positive feelings around their ticket compared to yours. It must be quite upsetting.
Kojo, so I'm a firm and an ardent believer in the factors that determine, elections and voter choices. And I told you when I came here that I speak from a pure research perspective. So when I was listening to Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofusu on phone, I thought that speak with more statistics, data, figures, research. Perceptions are varied, and a lot of times perceptions is what drives what we all discuss and talk about.
And do.
But data will do as well. But data is what matters. Now, Kojo, the fact is that within the Ghanaian political environment and what we have seen, a democracy for 32 years, the two dominant parties have been the NDC and the MPP. And then in between that, we have the floating voters. Now, the floating voters, we all know, that determine the election. What would make a voter decide? Incumbency is one of the things that affects voter choices. So yes, definitely, at this point in time, we've been in power for 8 years. There is the incumbency aspect on what you see. The fact that the NDC has positive, for me, it is not about, for me, it doesn't tell me anything about what will happen on December 7th. It rather tells us that as a party in power, as a government, people still want you to do more. So what you are doing now, do even more. If you want to convince the good people of Ghana, if you want to tell the Ghanaian voter to retain, you need to do more. And also, could you remember we have this 8-year thing?
If I may clarify,
that seems to
if
be.
I may clarify,
yes.
Doc, are you saying that the strategy of the MPP is to tell the voter that if they vote for you, they will get more of what you've given them so far?
The strategy of, yes.
They will get more of this.
Whatever MPP is doing now,
the voter will get more of it.
The voter will get more. Okay. Not more of what we are doing, but in terms of the fact that the perception of voters is that currently there are things that we are not pleased with. We want you to do more. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So there may be things that we are not pleased with. We want you to do more. And as I said, each party has a base. Now remember that as long as each party has a base. Now at every 8 year, what we see a lot of research showing is that at the end of every 8 years, you do get a lot of apathy also within your party. So it tends to also influence the way voter choices and perception goes. And remember one thing, if your percentage is dropping, the other party's support base is the same. It means that you tend to get less, positive indicators. So there's an 8 year, there's incumbency, there's apathy, all of these factors contribute to what you see. But above all things, perceptions, as you just said, what people say, it tends to trend and influence. And I think that for me has been the worrying fact. Where do we come to a point where we analyze information, we add data and talk about it properly, and not just, give headlines and statements that tend to, sway the public into believing things. I think these are all factors that we must look at. You actually made me lose my thought on some of the response that I wanted to give to, but I think it's fine. It's okay. But I think mainly what I would have thought that he would concentrate on was to highlight and give us a lot of factors and reasons why Professor Naana Jane Opoku Agyemang is the ideal candidate to be the NDC's winning ticket. But he's rather gone into a backlash on Vice President Bawumia and what he has done and what he hasn't done. He's the flag bearer. Okay, so let's put our two flag bearers on the same page, and then if that's what you want to do. But I think that he's putting an argument that I really couldn't grasp at a point. I was wondering, and then he's also saying Dr. Tibudaku is theorizing. I haven't theorized. For me, when you want to theorize on something, you collect data, you collect evidence, you prove or you disprove the fact. I don't think I've gotten to that point. What I kept saying, and I think you even mentioned it, is that I look at the data, I look at fact, I look at what has been presented to me, and this is a conclusion, and probable, decisions that I think could have influenced some of the things. And I emphatically said, as soon as I started, that I'm happy the NDC has been consistent. I relate to Professor Jane as an academic, and I congratulate her for making it a second time. As a female, I think this is a good mark in our politics, especially when we come to discuss gender and politics. So I said all of that. Unfortunately, he didn't even talk about all of that. But what I said was, talk about what you also did. Leadership is about what you have done, how effective you were in a specific leadership position. Use that as an example and as a leverage to tell us that this is what you will do. That is all I said. I said, tell us about some of these things. And if you are saying that we should run away from the fact that she was a minister for education and therefore she wasn't the one going to determine what was paid and it was a Ministry of Finance, then you, the same person, now tells us that Dr. Bawumia is also running away from the fact that responsibility. And I said, then go and read the Constitution. See where executive powers lie. See who makes the final decision at the final moment. And don't let us try to mar it because of politics. Let's look at the facts and the information and tell ourselves that this is what actually happened. So in your handing over notes, this is what you left. And I'm questioning that and saying, as a leader, tell us then what you will do to make sure that some of these things won't happen again. But don't go into a whole new way of promises. We are in and you just said it yourself, we're in a situation where everybody is now being marked by your performance. You want to see, what have you done in the past? What are you doing now? What do you then intend to do? So let's not run away from the past. That is what I was saying. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to stay with you for this next bit before we go back to Felix. Dumso. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the preoccupation of the nation right now. We don't like it.
No.
And we don't like so many aspects of it, from how we were communicated with to the fact that there seems to be no plan. Right? Now, look, these people who are superintending over the sector, they are in your party. Some of them want to become running mates. Honestly, this thing affects us all equally. When my lights go off, so do yours.
Yes.
How do you assess the way Ghanaians have been spoken to and dealt with in this latest Dumso?
You see, one of the things that I always say is, it's always very premature if you come out early to say something and then later you realize that no. I think there's been a lot of unpredictability in the nature of how the Dumso has been. I even tried to, on my own, analyze and say that, is it about a certain specific time of the day? And is that why government, then we must advise government and the ministry then to come out with some load shedding, But consistently, we have come to the decision that it is not about load shedding. It's about a temporal challenge that is being fixed. Communicating this message. So yesterday I heard actually I spoke to him as well, the Deputy Minister for Energy, and he's now the board chair for ECG. Herbert Krapper come out to say that it is a challenge and it is being fixed. He said operational challenges and it is being fixed. Now, if we should then go into a stage where the people responsible feel that it is really and deem it necessary, and I really empathize with Ghanaians. I'm a consumer as well. And I empathize with the fact that it kind of upsets your planning if you are not sure of it and etc. But I also think that if you come out with a load shedding plan or that kind of thing, and it is something that is just going to be for a week or 2 or 3 weeks, you also upset people. You actually send people back into a stage where they think, oh, are we going to go into it for the next? No, you also don't want to put good people of Ghana through that. So if he's come out with a statement yesterday, today, tomorrow, and he says that within the next few days, weeks, actually head up to end of the month, I think that, yes, every Ghanaian citizen has a right to call the people responsible, the government out, myself, everybody, that come and provide answers for us.
Okay.
And yesterday he made a statement. Let's see what happens in the coming days. I would tell you, let's call out. If that is what has to happen, that is what then has to
Dr.
happen.
Tiwidaku, because you talk about research a lot, so this is the energy sector outlook for 2024, prepared by the Energy Commission of Ghana.
Okay.
Page 15, and it talks about, fuel requirements. I'll go to the last one. 2024, the outlook. So this was published in 2023.
Okay.
It was actually telling us what we should expect in 2024. Listen to this. The AXA, so it talks about it, but I'll just read the last paragraph. The AXA plant fuels some of its units using HFO and is expected to operate those as a standby in 2024. The plant will require a total of 341,190 barrels in the year. Light crude oil and diesel would be required as backup fuel for some plants because of anticipated gas supply outages.
Okay.
This is Energy Commission of Ghana. They saw this coming and warned us to purchase fuel in anticipation of gas outages. Today, there's a shortfall of gas. If you speak to Gridco, they will tell you. If you speak to, the players in the sector, they will tell you. Today, it is no longer Gridco that is taking bulk supply off. It is ECG manning the load shedding. How do we say this is something that we didn't know when as far back as 2023, Energy Commission of Ghana was predicting challenges?
On a specific time, did they give a month?
They told you in 2024.
They told you in
and we've seen it happening.
2024.
And mind you, if we say that, we didn't. By December 2023, the players in the energy sector knew that this is something that could happen to us within the first and second quarter. They knew. So, what did they do? Why are we here?
They are
and
fixing
pretending that we didn't know, we didn't see this coming.
That answers a different question.
That answers it.
Yes, the question is, why are we here? Why did this happen? And in fact, they are fixing it, Nokrano. If we are to take what this research is telling us, one tanker of oil will not fix it.
Is that what they said? One tanker of oil that they are bringing?
There's some tanker of oil coming, and they say when it comes.
I'm not privy to that, and I don't know about the tanker of oil.
All right, but
as I said, they're fixing. I wish that you would. I like the fact that you pointed that this is something that was envisaged. And I wish that we could actually get more information on the time period when this was supposed to. Because I don't believe that at the same time they would sit and say that we'll do nothing about it. Obviously, steps were being taken, things were being done. But it is not about this happening overnight. I said it. And I also explained that we've experienced these power outages, I think over the last 6 to 7 weeks.
Yeah,
it started and then 2 months. I've seen about 7 weeks. Okay, so as time went on, it got a little bit enhanced. Yesterday, I saw for 24 hours the whole day. So I'm also appealing to the good people of Ghana. Some message has come. Let's see how it is resolved. They said end of this month, in a few weeks. Let's see how it is resolved, please.
All right, Felix, I wonder whether you felt some relief when Herbert Crapper said that this matter will only last a few more days and then the lights should be back on.
Well, it would not be the first time that we've been giving such assurances. I recall the Deputy Minister Designate for Energy, is it Collins? He said about a month ago that the problem we're facing was not going to go beyond 2 weeks. But here we are, still firmly steeped in the problem. But I'll come to that. It is important for me to correct this impression once again that Dr. Tivo Dako unfortunately seeks to make. She says that I have not spoken to data, I have not spoken to facts. Yet, in her presentation, all of her presentation, she has not cited one data point to illustrate her own submissions. She has not put out any data that is not controvertible that I have failed to speak to. What she has attempted to do, as other MPP spokespersons have attempted to do, is to wrongly attribute things to Professor Opoku Agyemang in a manner that seeks to detract from her track record. And that is what I corrected. For instance, they have said, and I've heard Dr. Tibu Daku repeat it this morning, that Professor Opoku Agyemang distributed textbooks to basic school pupils, and she left some arrears. And so because of that, she cannot be trusted if she says she will do A, B, C, D. Now, I have sought to correct that misimpression. One, as someone who speaks for the NDC, and two, as someone who was in the government that she served as education minister in, and so understands what happens. If it is a policy of the Minister of Education, and by extension the Ministry of Education, to distribute textbooks to basic school pupils, so that we have a situation where we overturn a deficit of one textbook to 3 basic school pupils, to 1 pupil to 4 textbooks, as we achieved under Professor Opoku Agyemang, then she actually has achieved that objective. She has ensured that Ghanaian school children have textbooks to study with. Now, once she has procured the textbooks, I have told you that the way that government works is that it is the duty of another agency to mobilize the resources and allocate money to her to make payments. So we have to delineate the issue so that people don't go about misinforming people for purposes of political propaganda.
All right.
The policy of the Education Ministry is to share textbooks. She did that. But it is the duty of another agency to make payment for that commitment that she's made. She's put government to. So that is the point that I sought to explain. Now, when it comes to Bawumia, first of all, Dr. Bawumia is sitting vice president. He is an MPP candidate. I reserve the right to criticize him, especially in circumstances where he has failed to live up to expectation. The mention of Dr. Bawumia was in relation to Professor Opoku Agyemang's submission yesterday that she will not, for purposes of political convenience, say that she is a mere meat. In the case of Dr. Bawumia, there is evidence that he appropriated for himself the leadership of the management of the economy, same as the president. The president has also told us in plain language, at the very least, we remember that in February 2018, President Akufo-Addo stated emphatically, and this was before Parliament, that Dr. Bawumia was the one running the economy, and therefore, if what he perceived at the time to be gains have been achieved, then the credit should go to him. Now, when you make such a declaration, and then it is time for you to contest for the flag bearership of the MPP, and you tell us at a time of economic downturn that you should not be faulted, it creates a credibility crisis. That is what Professor Opoku Agyemang said she will not do. So facts must be separated from propaganda and misinformation. That's all that I sought to do. But beyond that, Dr. Sibu Dako has not put forward one statistic to back her claims. And Kojo, you have interviewed me on many occasions. You know that statistics are something that I revel in. I love data. Many of my submissions are based on data, if it is required. And there's not one data point that the MPB can cite today that we cannot speak to or correct if they have misquoted. The other issue that you raised about doing so, look, Kojo, the MPP does not have an excuse to put us in doing so for even 1 minute. The first reason for that is their own posturing on the matter when we had that crisis under the NDC. Both President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia went out there to criticize the government severely and vowed to do better. On that premise alone, Ghanaians cannot tolerate doing so under them, even if it lasted a day. I'm sure this is a principle that everybody would agree with.
Right. Felix, I've got to stop it there because our time is up. I hope that you spend the time on the Doomso, but you had to go back and reiterate a few points. Sadly, that brings us to the end of our time together. But that's only for today. This conversation is only at its beginning. We're certainly going to be getting back into this and talking more. Hopefully, to hear more from our guests, Dr. Antoinette Sibu Dako and Felix Kwachi Ufusu and others. Okay, so keep it locked on Joy. But for now, we thank you both very much for your time with us. We appreciate you being here. More on the show after these. Pleasure, Joy.
Limited voters registration exercise 2024. Limited voters registration exercise 2024.
The Electoral Commission is making preparations for a limited voters registration exercise from Tuesday 7th May to Monday 27th May 2024 to enable citizens who have turned 18 years or persons who could not register in the previous registration exercise to visit their district offices of the Commission, selected electoral areas and public universities to register to vote in the upcoming presidential and parliamentary elections on December 7th, 2024. For inclusion in Ghana's voters register, you need to present your Ghana card or a valid passport and residential digital address. However, Applicants who do not have any of the aforementioned documents are required to bring 2 people who are already registered voters to guarantee their registration. Replacement of lost voter ID cards, application for transfer of votes, and application for proxy voting will start from Thursday 30th May and end on Friday 14 June 2024. Please be informed that it is a criminal offense for a guarantor to guarantee for more than 10 people during the registration period. Persons who violate this will be prosecuted. The voters' registration exercise is part of efforts to ensure free, fair, credible, transparent and peaceful elections in Ghana. Register to vote. Your vote is your future.
Register to vote. Your vote is your future.
Imagine going to your favorite wache joint and Amalia tells you, Boss, wale is finished, curry is finished, and shit or cry is finished. So that thing can pain. Now compare that feeling to having everything you want on your wache with lay, gari, and plenty shit off peche like that. Just like that soche wache, that's exactly what Akwaba Magic gives you. Enjoy rich Ghanaian stories like the 2nd season of the legendary Inspector Bediako, the captivating Madame, and so much more on DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Akwaba Magic, dear. Enjoyment and kazankasa. Now available on DSTV Access and GoTV Plus. Akwaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
In the Chest of a Woman, a stage play written by Efo Agyemang.
Hey, but you are not a man.
I am a woman, but I am not going to indulge in the fanciful notion that men have the priority on leadership talent.
You must know how you talk before us.
Join Clemento Suarez, General Ntatia, Akofa Ejani, and more at the National Theatre on the 3rd and 4th of May 2024 at 4 p.m. for the first show and 8 p.m. for the second show each day. To purchase tickets, simply dial *713*33*21# or visit Airport Shell, Bachona Total on the Spintex Road, Rocks Wache, Silver Bear Cinema at the Accra Mall, and Gold Coast Restaurants. For more information, call 054-1234-586. In the Chest of a Woman is powered by Africa Arts Network in collaboration with Challenging Heights. Supported by UNESCO, Access Bank, Caveman Watches, Horseman Shoes, Gold Coast Restaurant, McPhillis Food, York's Rent a Car, Bisabriwa Museum, and Joy FM.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And this morning we're joined by the ambassador of Netherlands to Ghana, who is in the person of Jeroen Verhoel, because we're going to be talking about the Orange Week. Okay, and to mark the birthday of His Majesty King Willem-Alexander, which coincides with the Dutch National Day on the 27th, that's on Saturday of April, the Netherlands Embassy in Ghana is organizing an Orange Week from the 20th till the 27th of April 2024, and that presents an opportunity to highlight the embassy's priority themes and celebrates the strong bilateral relations between Ghana and the Netherlands. In this regard, Orange Week 2024 is dedicated to celebrating cocoa, highlighting its important economic value for both countries, as well as exploring the rich cocoa culture of both Ghana and the Netherlands. Your Excellency, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to meet you. And when we talk about Orange, it reminds me of football, the Orange Boys, the Dutch national team. They play the best of football.
They still do.
Well,
sometimes.
Not like before. I mean,
no, they have their ups and downs. Yeah.
Anyway.
No, orange is the color of our royal house. It's the House of Orange Nassau. So Orange originally originates from France because Orange is a region in France, and that's where originally the royal family comes from. So that's where Orange comes from, but we've taken the color instead of the region.
I see. So let's talk about, the embassy. We'll talk about, the celebration and everything, but let's look at your, the priority themes of the embassy.
Well, as usual, the embassy promotes bilateral relations, does consular affairs, but the main theme for the embassy in Ghana is economic relations, trade and investment. The Ghana government has introduced the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda. The Netherlands has introduced the Trade and Aid agenda, and that coincides very well. So we focus very much on economic collaboration.
And talking about economic collaboration, let's look at how you would describe the bilateral relationship between Ghana and the Netherlands.
The relationship is excellent, both at the political and economic level. If we look at trade figures, the trade between Ghana and the Netherlands in 2022 was about 2 billion euros. So that is about 28 billion cedis. Yeah. And the export from the Netherlands to Ghana is mainly oil and oil products. The import from Ghana in the Netherlands is mainly cocoa and cocoa-related products.
And talking about cocoa and cocoa-related products, you've said the tone already. Why the choice of why is cocoa choosing as the theme for this year's Orange Week?
Well, cocoa is one of the priority themes of our embassy's economic work, because cocoa is such an important product in our economic relations. Historically, we've been trading cocoa with Ghana for at least 70 years, and cocoa is a very important product for the Dutch economy. The port of Amsterdam is the biggest cocoa port in the world. So we trade a lot of cocoa. We import a lot of cocoa from Ivory Coast, from Ghana, and then re-export it or process it and then export those products again in Europe. And there's a lot happening in cocoa. For example, at the moment, the cocoa sector seems in crisis because there's less production than there is demand for cocoa. So prices are very high. But what you see is that there is a need to improve performance of the cocoa sector. There's a need to improve production of cocoa so that the supply meets the demand, and that needs to be improved in such a way that the farmers that are producing the cocoa are getting the best benefit of the production.
Great. Now let's talk about the week. What are the events that have been earmarked for this year's Orange Week? And how's been the patronage of events that have been held so far?
Well, excellent, I would say. Excuse me. So Tuesday we had the Cocoa Fair, and there we tried to showcase what you can do with cocoa, because people usually think about cocoa, cocoa beans, chocolate perhaps, but there's much more you can do with cocoa than meets the eye. So that's what we were showcasing at this cocoa fair. So for example, one of the products that is a bit unknown from cocoa is the cocoa juice. So cocoa farmers often throw away the pod after they've harvested the beans, but what you can do is also harvest the juice and sell the juice, which is very rich and nutritious and very sweet. So that's one of the products that we showcased during this cocoa fair.
Great. But apart from that, what other events are lined up for the week celebration? It's from the 20th to the 27th. That's up to Saturday. What else is to be done?
So what we had on Saturday last week was the King's Games. So the Dutch children in Ghana, they had games and sports on the Saturday, and that's also coinciding with games and sports that children in the Netherlands do during King's Day. So that was also last Saturday. Tomorrow we have the King's Night, so that's the night before his birthday, and we have music and friends of the embassy and people from our network. We come together on Friday evening to enjoy performances from artists from Ghana, but also from the Netherlands.
Great. And then on Saturday, what happens?
Saturday, we rest after a week and we celebrate with our people in the Netherlands.
Great. Finally, as you celebrate the King's Day, what's your message first to the Dutch community in Ghana and to all the friends of the Netherlands here in Ghana?
Well, let me first of all thank Joy Online and Joy FM for hosting me and celebrating Orange Week with us. It's very much appreciated that we have this occasion to share what we are doing with the audience of Joy FM. For the Ghanaians and for the Dutch in Ghana, we have quite a few Dutch people in Ghana and also quite a few Ghanaians in the Netherlands. I think that Ghana has about the second largest population of immigrants in the Netherlands from Africa. So that's quite after Moroccans. Moroccans are the first biggest group. So we have good relations, also good personal context, also good social relations between Ghana and the Netherlands, also at a people-to-people level. And that is what I would like to encourage most, that we have more of these relations on a people-to-people level. And in that sense, I'm very happy to be able to announce that the Netherlands has chosen Ghana as a focus country for bilateral cultural relations. So we're going to expand beyond the consular, beyond the political, beyond the economic, into the cultural sphere. And I think that Joy FM could be a good partner for us in that.
Most definitely. Thank you very, very much. Jeroen Ferru, who is the Dutch ambassador to Ghana. And happy birthday in advance to King Willem Alexander.
Medase.
Mr. Medase. Well, that'll be all from us here on the Super Morning Show with Jeroen Ferru. Stay with us. There's more after these.
Hi, it's time with the dentist, and we're going to talk about saliva. This clear liquid that I'm sure you've not given much thought to has a big impact on your oral health. My name is Dr. Gwendolyn Amakwe Baiche, and this program is proudly sponsored by Pepsodent in partnership with Ghana Dental Association. Saliva is produced by structures in the mouth known as salivary glands. About 99% of saliva is water, and the other 1% is various components such as enzymes and minerals that help with its function. First and foremost, saliva moistens the tissues of the mouth to make us more comfortable when eating and when talking. Digestion of food begins in the mouth with the help of saliva. The enzymes in saliva break down the large complex molecules in food into smaller ones for easy uptake of the nutrients into our bloodstream. The acidity in the mouth increases whenever we eat, and saliva has neutralizing components that minimize the damaging effect of acid on the teeth. Acid on the teeth causes the minerals like calcium to move out of the teeth in a process called demineralization, and this can lead to cavity formation. Saliva, on the other hand, has the ability to incorporate these minerals back into the tooth structure in a remineralizing process to help maintain the integrity of the outer layer of the tooth, enamel. There are a lot of microorganisms present in the mouth. Saliva helps flush excess bacteria together with food debris left over after eating, preventing them from getting attached to the teeth and gums. Saliva also has some germ-reducing minerals that help fight germs in the mouth, minimizing your risk of tooth decay as well as bad breath. So you see, without saliva, you will have problems with your oral health. There are some conditions and medications that can affect the amount of saliva that you produce. The medications include some taken for hypertension and depression, as well as some sedatives. Diseases of the big salivary glands, radiotherapy treatments to the head and neck region, as well as excessive alcohol intake can lead to low saliva production and dry mouth. Dry mouth can cause several oral health problems like fungal infections, gum disease, tooth decay, and general discomfort in the mouth. So to ensure your saliva levels are maintained to protect your oral health, stay hydrated, drink more water. Talk to your doctor about possible alternatives to medications that can cause dry mouth. You can also chew sugarless gum, as chewing promotes the release of saliva from the salivary glands. Your dentist can also prescribe what we call artificial saliva and mouthwashes. These are designed to keep the mouth moist. Saliva is 99% water. The other 1% includes various components such as enzymes and minerals that help with its function. Saliva moistens the tissues of the mouth and makes speaking and chewing comfortable. It also helps in the digestion of food, has a cleansing action, and helps prevent cavities. When your mouth has enough saliva, your teeth and mouth remain better protected. Always remember to brush your teeth twice daily with a fluoridated toothpaste like Pepsodent. This campaign is brought to you by Pepsodent in partnership with Ghana Dental Association.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
That's right. This is how we do it. You're welcome back. And today, exciting announcement time for all Ghanaian entrepreneurs and aspiring ones that promises to revolutionize your approach to business and success. Join Nana Dr. Michael Agyemang on the 2nd of May 2024 at the Accra International Conference Center as he unveils 2 masterpiece books, Fundamentals of Entrepreneurship, that delve into the depths of entrepreneurship. As part of the event, the Ghana Entrepreneurship Exhibition is being organized to bring entrepreneurs face-to-face with buyers and patrons. Come and sell your goods and services as you witness the launch of 2 great books on entrepreneurship. For inquiries, please call 050-811-0755 or 059-240-9091.
And look, let's escape to the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, Japa, Dubai. You've seen the rest. Now time for you to see the best. Take a break from work and take a break from the south. The Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, Japa, Dubai is a place to relax, rewind, and re-energize. It's away from the stress of the south and is what awaits you. Unforgettable safari experience, amazing array of wildlife, including lions, hippopotamus, zebras, ostriches, among others. Using our spacious and well-secured game tour vehicles or using our quad bikes, water sport such as jet skiing, boat or canoe rides, various family games to keep you and your families excited every day, great tourist attractions in the Upper West region, including the Mushroom Rock Slave Caves. Escape from the south, escape to the north, escape to Royal Cozy Hills, Japa, Dubai for an unforgettable safari experience. Call 0501-694-280 or 0248-844463 for reservations or further inquiries now.
Now get back to living your best life. Yes, at the Trust Sports Wellness Festival. Join us at this and every first Saturday, starting the May 4th one, right? 2024 for aerobics, health talks, networking, and many, many more. And now the venue is Trust Sports Emporium. This is at the Bukom Boxing Arena. And of course, we are doing this at the forecourt. Entry is free. You want to call? Just get these numbers down. Now, 0599-745-705, 0594-925-114. These are the 2 numbers you should be calling for further information, further and better particulars. Don't miss out on this healthy fun. You have fun in a healthy way, then you live a better, healthier life.
Amen. All right, so kingdomstoreonline.com awaits you. Go check out their wonderful office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery. You can pay via Momo across all networks for anything you like, and they will deliver to your home or office in very good time. Free delivery if you're in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
Well, say goodbye to memorizing 1,001 short codes. Experience a complete one-click access to all MTN service with my MTN app. You can now check your airtime, data, and Momo balance by bundles with airtime or from your Momo wallet. Monitor your data usage and calls made. Access your MTN Momo account and so much more, all with my MTN app. Download my MTN app from the App or Google Play Store today and experience a super convenient way to do the things you love on your favorite network, MTN. So, what are we doing today?
All right, it's 9:55. Shall we call it?
Before we call it, Kojo, I see that SML has actually issued a release on, the president's, statement or press release on the KPMG audit. I'll just read a bit of it to you.
Okay.
They talk about the fact that the KPMG report debunks the false claim of $100 million paid to them. However, SML likes to point out that KPMG's finding that average about $1 billion per year is false. Now, they also talk about the fact that, let me just get to this part. The SML performance assessment, they say that they know that KPMG confirmed that due to the implementation of the downstream petroleum audit agreement, there were qualitative benefits, including a 24/7 electronic real-time monitoring of the outflow. But they say there's a misleading representation of compensation and pricing, and they say KPMG quotes a figure as compensation to SML. It is interesting to note that this figure is quoted without reference to the investments made and the taxes paid by SML over the period within the consolidated contract. They say the compensation of $1,061,054,778 stated by KPMG is inaccurate. Subsequently, we'll get into the details of the statement.
All right. Well, listen, just before we go, this one came in from DJ Ubeti. He wants to say a happy birthday to Elsie Ahinkra, who is in Texas, and he makes it quite clear that it's Texas, United States of America.
Not Texas, Ashaiman.
Not Gumwa, Texas.
Not Texas, Ashaiman.
That's right. Okay. And he's wishing her God's blessings and favor. DJ Ubeti. That's right.
Anyway.
He stands on the bonnets of Mercedes to say happy birthday to Elsie Ahinkra. All right. Okay, so I'm calling it. It's 9:57. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're back tomorrow with more. On behalf of the team, we wish you a wonderful day. My name is Kojo Youngson. I'm the morning man.
And I am Winston Amor.
Have a good one.
Call up the line. Call up the request line. Call up the line. Call up the request line. Just call up the line. Get down with it, down with it.
This is a request, Mr. Radio Man. Just one desire from a hip-hop fan. Hey, DJ.
You overlap.
Hey, DJ.
Request line, girl.
Play a record by my favorite band.
Coffee in your cup. I like to enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best.
Tell the DJ, spin it over the show. Make a bubble feel up and down at the disco. And we're gonna keep it going like this though. Cause the DJ grabbed a record by the fistful, by the crateful. And we grateful when you hit us off of records that are tasteful. Cause the selection of the records he played to the direction of the record we swayed. And all night through the session we stayed. Cause you got me feeling good God, I be feeling touch the ceiling when I'm feeling and I be feeling alright. Don't stop, keep it going down, come on.
This is a request, Mr. Radio Man. Just one desire from a hip-hop fan. Hey, DJ.
You overlap.
Hey, DJ.
Request line, girl.
Play a record by my favorite band.
Coffee in your cup.
Turntable is bless me on my stereo. Play my favorite song on my stereo. Like Macy Gray, Roots, and D'Angelo. Most definitely Nubians and De La Soul. I like them cuts with a soul and original. Never afraid to be creative on your radio. Spin my jam when I'm cruising down the barrio. Turn my audio up, create a party, yo.
Hey, DJ, won't you play my song?
And get my rock, get my roll, get my hip hop on and all day, all night. Give me some
10 o'clock.
Yeah, the latest headlines from the Joy Newsroom. Personnel from 2 key security institutions maintaining the peace in the troubled Boku in the Upper East region have turned the gun on themselves, leaving one officer with gunshot wounds. Details are sketchy, but Joy News sources say the military officers were angered after the prison officers protected some civilians who sought refuge with the prison's officers after the military pursued them.
Boku local prison. You see, how many people came and attacked Boku local prison?
Well, we clipped that audio from a video of the injured officer speaking about the incident.
Local prison. Because of weak administration. Because of weak administration. Because of open the prisoners, make them go. Let them go. Open the prisoners, make them go. Open the prisoners.
And you heard there some prison officers there in exchange of words after an officer was shot by the military personnel on the ground. We'll be bringing you more on this subsequently. The board chairman of the Electricity Company of Ghana, Herbert Krapper, is assuring that the ongoing power crisis will end in the few days. Mr. Krapper, who doubles as the Deputy Minister for Energy, was speaking at the commissioning of the Phase 2 Volta River Authority's 15-megawatt power plant at Kaleo in the Upper West region. He said government has implemented adequate measures to ensure that consumers enjoy an uninterrupted power supply.
We are putting arrangements in place, procure additional fuel to run all our thermal plants and power producing plants at full capacity. And His Excellency the President has also led realignment of operational and technical arrangements in the entire power sector value chain, which is the reason I am able to assure the people of Ghana that in the next few days, the power challenges that we are seeing, it will be a thing of the past.
Well, then on his Facebook page, he issued an apology. Here are his words, quote, "We empathize with all consumers and apologize unreservedly for the effects of the outages on our daily lives. Please bear with us. We are fixing it and we are nearly there." Investigators on the GRA SML deal are demanding the publication of the full audit report from KPMG. President Akufo-Addo has given the Ghana Revenue Authority the go-ahead to continue the audit contract of the downstream petroleum sector with Strategic Mobilization Limited after receiving the report from KPMG. According to him, the deal is crucial in saving the country resources, but the Fourth Estate, which exposed the anomalies in the contract, want the full report published. Here's lead investigator Manasseh Azure Awini.
I would be very measured in attacking KPMG until I see the KPMG report. I did a JIDA investigation. The president issued some directives on the JIDA report. But when the report itself was published, it was worse than what the presidency issued. This was in 2013. So with this experience, I'm a bit measured. But what we can say is that, look, it is good news to the Republic of Ghana that the upstream petroleum contract and the gold mining contracts are off the table.
And the National Democratic Congress's running mate, Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang, has vowed the next NDC administration will prosecute all government officials involved in corruption. She made the promise at the ceremony to adore her as a running mate to former President John Dramani Mahama ahead of the 2024 election. She has, among other things, also taken a swipe at government over what she believes is mismanagement of the economy. My colleague James Aveji has more in the following report.
Draped in the symbolic red, white, green and black colors of the umbrella, hundreds of NDC sympathizers and party bigwigs gather here at the UPSA Auditorium in Accra to witness the outdooring of Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang as running mate to John Dramani Mahama.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang.
Rolling out her vision to party faithfuls and Ghanaians, Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang did not shy away from taking a swipe at government.
I will not, in the advancement of self-serving ambition, declare to the whole world that I was only the driver's mate. I don't know about you, but the image I get looking at that hole is a trench in utter shock that anyone could believe It was intended as a thanksgiving gift to the Almighty, invisible, God only wise.
Professor Jane Naana Opoku Agyemang says the next NDC administration would deal with all corrupt government officials.
John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable. And my friends, this is not a threat, it is a promise.
As to whether this second John and Jane ticket will deliver victory for the NDC come December 7, 2024, the race has just begun. James Abeji, Joy News.
And that's it for the headlines at 10. I'm Fred Smith. Up next is the Cosmopolitan Mix with Doreen.
Joy 99.7 FM, radio for the discerning listener.
Imagine going to your favorite wache joint and Amalia tells you, Boss, wale is finished, curry is finished, and shit or cry is finished. So that thing can pain. Now compare that feeling to having everything you want on your wache with lay, gari, and plenty shit off peche like that. Just like that soche wache, that's exactly what Akwaba Magic gives you. Enjoy rich Ghanaian stories like the second season of the legendary Inspector Bediako, the captivating Madame, and so much more on DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Akwaba Magic dear, enjoyment and kazankasa. Now available on DSTV Access and GoTV Plus. Akwaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller. In the Chest of a Woman, a stage play written by Efo Koju.
But you are not a man. I am a woman, but I am not going to indulge in the fanciful notion that men have the priority on leadership talent.
You must know how you talk before us.
Join Clemento Suarez, General Ntatia, Akofa Ejani, and more at the National Theatre on the 3rd and 4th of May 2024 at 4 p.m. for the first show and 8 p.m. for the second show each day. To purchase tickets, simply dial *713*33*21# or visit Airport Shell, Bachona Total on the Spintex Road, Rocks Wache, Silver Bear Cinema at the Accra Mall, and Gold Coast Restaurant. For more information, call 054-1234-586. In the Chest of a Woman is powered by Africa Arts Network in collaboration with Challenging Heights. Supported by UNESCO, Access Bank, Caveman Watches, Horseman Shoes, Gold Coast Restaurant, McPhillis Food, York's Rent a Car, Bisabriwa Museum, and Joy FM.
I've been everywhere and anywhere I go.
Fortune rice, it needs just a little water. The greenstone stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emuka, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA approved.
Just like mom.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
Do not worry. Do not be afraid. I am all you need to make a happy day. Wherever you are, I bring you joy. Joy is all you need for today. 99.7.
Now, Star Trek 193DB changed that formula.
You pushed one of these buttons, right?
A focus on Africa.
Okay.
Now, scope Ghana.
That's not so bad.
Now, connect to the world.
All right.
Deliveries final, the #1 frequency. Joy 99.7 FM.
The Cosmopolitan Mix.
time you need, every time I see your smile, give your hand on, saying you can only stay a while. Heaven knows that it's hard for you to say the things we both know are true. Tell me how come I keep forgetting I'm not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting, darling. Every time I hear how you never want to live a life, and how it's gone too far, and you don't have to tell me why. While you're gone, and while the game is the rule, if this is what's real, and this is what's true, so tell me how can I forget we're not in love anymore? Yes, in love. Things will never be the same again. Keep forgetting how you made that so clear. Keep forgetting, darling. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. I know you're not mine anymore, anywhere, every time you're near, every time you're near, every time you're near, every time you're near.
The Cosmopolitan Mix.
My life will never be the same. 'Cause girl, you came and changed the way I want, the way I don't. I cannot explain the things I feel for you. But girl, you know it's true. Stay with me, fulfill my dreams, and I'll be all you need. Feels so right, girl. That's the perfect love of my life. Feels like I found us perfect love. That's fine. Come on, girl. My world, you know you did everything I wanna give. Every love we could find, the one like you don't find. My world, you know you did everything I wanna give. Every love we could find, the one like you don't find. Time I knew that love would bring this happiness I'm being. I tried to keep my sanity. I waited patiently. Girl, you know it seems my life is so complete. I love this truth because of you. You're doing what you do. Think that I'll find the perfect love. I search for all my life. Think I'd find such a perfect love that's awesomely so right. Girl,
And that's how we warm up into the weekend. We're getting ready for it 2 days ahead. Thank God it's Thursday. Here to rock your world on Joy 99.7 FM. My name is Dory Nando. Welcome to a Throwback Thursday. Yeah, it's my job. I can't help but enjoy it. I'm glad you're loving it too. 25 past 10. We're glad you're here. And we're gonna rock with you all the way till noon. You're ready to be rocked? Keep that dial locked on 99.7 FM. Michael Jackson, one of my favorite musicians of all time. I hope he's your favorite too. I got a couple tunes from him later on in this hour. We'll check out what's in show business news this morning. George Quay says, we can't compete, we need to collaborate on projecting theatre. EL also says that although people may not always listen to the lyrics, rap still has a market in Ghana. Well, Nigerian comedian has accused Funny Face of taking performance fee and no-show. Tupac's estate threatens to sue Drake. We'll find out why when we go into show business news right in this first half of the show. We've been talking about why you should not be using cotton buds to clean your ears. This morning, we'll tell you when to visit the doctor, especially when you have ear problems. We've got some inspiration waiting up for you. We're also waiting for your messages. It could be just a simple shout out. It could be your birthday or anniversary. You reach out 055 11 11 997. Like and follow Facebook and X hashtag Cosmopolitan Mix.
But you can see it in my eyes. So don't deny, I can't fool no one else. The truth is in the tears I cry. 'Cause if it isn't love, why do I feel this way? Why does she stay on my mind? And if it isn't love, why does it hurt so bad? Make me feel so sad inside. If it isn't love, I told her I'd never fall in love, but now I know better. How does it feel? I can't describe this feeling that came when I saw her last night. Oh, she got to me. I'll let you know the reason. I saw her with another guy. So if it isn't love, why do I feel this way? Why does she stay on my mind? And if it isn't love, why does it hurt
Good enough for you? Oh, maybe baby you just look too good for me. But don't sweat yourself. On a strap. What's up with that? You got me on hold. What do you think, you dope on a rope? Nope. What, I'm supposed to sweat you? I'm supposed to just run all over me? Zero on the strength. Hey, yo, Scott, it ain't hard to tell, right?
All the girls grab a girl and get out your seat and rock to the rhythm of this funky beat. My name is Alfie Chopin. Rock to the rhythm of the funky beat. Oh, Lord, my girl.
One very successful album from him from the late 80s. I'll Be Sure, Off on Your Own. Don't worry, you're not on your own at all. You got the Cosmopolitan mix to keep you company till noon. Here comes Chucky Booker. Turned away from love. No, I'm not turning anybody away. Glad to be in your home with you, Na in Osuari. Elena is also listening to our Throwback Thursday tunes and loving every bit of it. Glad you're here. Good to have you for company. Alexa at British Airways, it's your birthday. Happy birthday from your friends and your family, especially Papa C. Enjoy your day. Any more birthday celebrants, let us know. 055 1111 997.